Okay, good afternoon. We'll call the special board meeting for Wednesday, January 29, 2025 to order at 4 p.m. Roll call, please, Ms. Olson.
Director Bankus? Aye. Director Carey?
Here.
Director Hafley?
Director Hafley is not going to attend today's meeting and is excused.
Director Jorgensen?
Present.
Director Malpacum?
Here.
Director Nelson?
Here.
Director Ott?
Here.
So we have 6 board members in attendance and Director Hafley is excused. Please join me as we observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Adoption of the agenda. Director Ott, can you please make the motion to adopt the agenda?
I move that the Board of Education adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Director Bankus? Aye. Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The agenda has been adopted as presented. We do have executive session for roughly 60 minutes. Director Jorgensen, can you please make the motion to move into executive session?
Yes, I move that the Board of Education convenes into executive session to discuss legal advice per CRS 24-6402-4B. Particular matter, review of superintendent's decision to expel student A, Title IX, Policy ACA, and immigration, and individual students per CRS 24-6402-4H. Particular matter, review of superintendent's decision to expel student A.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Director Bankus? Aye. Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. We will enter into executive session at this point in time and reconvene for the special meeting at approximately 5 p.m. Thank you.
Any ideas on who you would like to say the pledge tonight?
We'll just give it a minute. David, could you check and see if the board directors are in there? Okay, thank you. Let's get started. The time is 5:27 p.m. and we are reconvening in public session. Earlier this afternoon, the board adopted the agenda as presented. We have returned from executive session, and there is no need to modify the agenda. May I please have Mr. Kevin Cook lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Place your hand on your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Cook, for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance and for your service to D11 as well in representing the ESP group. We are going to move into the superintendent's report, and Superintendent Gall, as promised, will have a weekly report on the current status or update on Jenkins Middle School. Superintendent Gall.
Good evening, board and community. Our weekly update on Jenkins. I'm really excited to let everyone know school's back in session starting on Friday. Jenkins is now twice as good as it was before because it's in 2 different buildings. Really just a huge shout out. I've had a lot of people ask me, you know, what was the thing that made this the best? And I would just say the community overall. And that includes all our students, our staff, our family members, but literally people coming out of the woodwork, offering food, offering supports. There were no shortage of sugar treats at any of the locations for packing and unpacking and orientation. And for those who were able to enjoy Thursday night's orientation, just being able to see students see their peers again and now see their new learning environments was extremely exciting and rewarding, in spite of the challenges that lay behind us and yet still ahead for Jenkins. These thank yous, again, we sent out lots of messages. It just was a never-ending amount of support. The link leaders and the other student governance populations at both Russell and Doherty, really, even though we're treating these as schools within a school, they each created, you know, kind of arches for kids to run through as they came into their new school and decorated their classrooms and let them know how much they love their Russell and their Doherty community for Jenkins to be welcome in there. And I think no matter how much adults try to make things better for children, anytime children can see their peer group really reaching out and supporting them was just really an invaluable experience for all of us to remember that in the face of crisis, we can do great things. If anybody wants to know how we did that, we have a tremendous set of leaders here in the district, and we appreciate the support of the board to give us the freedom of maneuver to be able to create this solution for the time being. The updates, the reports that are underway, just for folks to remember, we have the geotechnical engineer through CTL Thompson that is on site. We're still anticipating the full report by Jensen Hughes by the end of this month, which will be the end of this week, and we will share that publicly and transparently with our community when it comes in. We wanted to put together a timeline so people understand where we are and what steps need to happen. Last week at the work session, the board was very clear to direct the administration to use great urgency and expediency while staying well within the confines of the procurement law to make sure that we are ready for the next stage. So you can see here in January, per the directions from the fire department, our phase 1 and phase 2 assessment by Jensen Hughes, the addition of that geotechnical assessment due here by the middle of February. And we will be posting tomorrow a design build RFP that we hope to then close out and award that contract within a week's time frame, such that when that geotechnical report and the Jensen Hughes report is complete, we are ready for a seamless transfer to get that over to the design build team. So we are then into the February and on timeline of doing the actual remediation options and understanding that that plan is. That, again, will be an open process of which we communicate all those plans and opportunities for the community for them to understand what this does mean to the end of this year, to the beginning of next year. We are planning on having a final decision by spring break for families to be able to understand if there are choice options that they need to make, or if split campuses are things that are a challenge for families if they have a 6th and a 7th or a 6th and an 8th grader, that they have as much information as is available. Every step of the way we will communicate each one of these reports, and we will hold from trying to guess on the future until we have that information from those reports. We'll be sending these slides out to our community either in PDF or in verbal to both our staff and to the Jenkins community for those that aren't able to actually watch the meetings tonight. And that'll be a practice that we take on every Wednesday evening. Okay. That concludes my update to the board. Are there any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent Gall. And I would echo your sentiments about thanking all our community partners and our parents and everybody that leaned in and helped support this operation and this transition from Jenkins into Russell. And Doherty, I was there for that orientation meeting, both at Russell and Doherty on Thursday. And I was also there on Friday, the first day of school at Doherty. And I just want to remind the community also this process, even though is challenging and was to some extent the timeline that was delivered to us was staggering. The amount of preparation that went on, operational details that went on from your team to get this right, to ensure those students are being welcomed into the new buildings and the staff also have the supports that they need. That was done really well, as smoothly as could be expected. At Jenkins, you have this huge tent, if you go and see, for students to gather in the morning so they can be away from the climate and the weather, protected and picked up on time transportation. So the logistics of this operation, the amount of time and the preparation that went in by your team, Area Superintendent Joyner, Ms. Artmer, Mr. Comfort, and everybody else, the security team as well, I've seen there, and then the respective building principals as well. Thank you for all the time and the effort that you guys put in, and also providing this timeline. It's a really aggressive timeline to address the issues with that building and ensure that as best as possible we can return the students to that building at the earliest possible time into a remediated and completely fixed building. With that, board questions or feedback? Director Jurgensen first.
Yeah, just echoing what you said, just a little differently. You know, when the news about Jenkins first hit, and of course social media was ablaze with everything, and how could they, and this and that, and all the things, and we understand. And it was, you know, some people felt like they got blindsided, and that's understandable, because when you think you're just going along and the cracks are okay because they've always been okay, it's kind of a hard hit. but I was thinking about it over the weekend was, we had middle school miss 3 days of school. You operationalized moving trucks, the tent, shuttles, breakfast, food, practices still. I went to the meeting on Wednesday after this meeting. And middle school missed 3 days. We got a school moved with this team in 3 days. Like, where is the news story on that, right? I mean, they were so quick to go, oh, it's closed, it's gone forever, it's irreparable, it's whatever they wanted to say to get the clicks. We moved a school and got kids back in the classroom in 3 days. And it's not perfect, and there's people are gonna complain. I understand that, it's not fun. But for the safety of the children, moving a school in 3 days and accommodating parents who can't drive to both Doherty and Russell, okay, bring them here, we'll give them breakfast and we'll give them to the school, and all the things, I'm just so impressed. And so I just want to say thank you, and I'd love for the news to cover some of those good wins that we have in the face of some adversity, so.
Dr. Bankus.
I want to echo what's been said prior to this, that the amount of work, effort, and cooperativeness of everyone involved has just been outstanding. And thank you to all who put your best foot forward to make this as smooth as possible. When I had a chance to visit both schools on Monday and see kids in classrooms, teachers teaching, having a sense of place, they've met the challenge, exceeded expectations, and thank you to all who are involved.
Yeah, and big kudos to Doherty students and staff and Russell students and staff as well. The way they made Jenkins feel welcome in each of those respective buildings, that was phenomenal. So we will, as I've stated this previously, we will get this right now. We will wait for the next set of reports to drop, and based on what those reports recommend, we will take the necessary appropriate remedies. There is an RFP going out for the design build already, and we will pick the district team will end up picking the most qualified, competent contract team to put this work in operation and get our students back into the building at the earliest possible time. So thank you. Okay, moving to the action agenda items on today's topic. I just want to remind the community also at special meetings, public comments are placed on the agenda as necessary depending on the items on the agenda. Today we have a calendar item on the agenda, but that is a non-action item. Public will have an opportunity to comment on that calendar item next week when it comes as an action item in front of the board. In the meantime, based on the conversation that is taking place today, you can also email the board with your feedback in the next week or so. The first item on the agenda is an action item, budget transfer, general fund contingency transfer for Jenkins Middle School staff stipend. Director Nelson, can you please make the motion for action item D1?
I move that the Board of Education approves this general fund contingency transfer in the amount of $138,500 to support the Jenkins Middle School staff stipend.
Second. Moved and seconded. Superintendent Gall, this is new information.
Yeah, just for the community, this was something when we did the very early planning on potential dislocation, we wanted to make sure that our staff were given appropriate compensation. So Dr. Comfort will bring this forward, but for further information, we also gave not the same amount of monies, but monies directly to the school leaders at Russell and at Doherty for them to distribute based upon the need that they thought the smaller dislocation of their staff would require to help accommodate the challenges. And also to reiterate that although a monumental amount of work and exhausting for any one individual, we attempted to do all that within contract time, to not ask people to have to give up their own time for this accommodation. Dr. Comfort.
Good evening, President Alpaca, members of the board. Superintendent Gall covered most of it. You see in front of you a general fund contingency transfer. As the board knows, any general fund contingency transfer that crosses the $100,000 threshold does require board approval. That's what we bring you here tonight. This would provide a $300 monthly stipend for the remainder of the year for all Jenkins staff. As Superintendent Gall also stated, we did provide smaller contingency transfers to both Jenkins, Russell, and Doherty to support staff and students through the needs that they've identified. We're also doing a lot of creative things with overloads and all of that to ensure that staff are being compensated for now potentially having to do things at multiple locations.
Thank you. Any feedback or questions from the board? Okay, I'm really glad that we are providing some type of stipend or a compensation for this displacement. Some of the staff are moving between two buildings as well, between Russell and Doherty, and to accommodate all that mileage that they are putting back and forth. Something to recognize their efforts and hard work in this regard.
Yeah, President Malpacum, just to clarify, this stipend is for all staff, and it encompasses many of those things, but for staff who have even more need to travel between buildings, we will also cover mileage as needed for those staff.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's good to know. With that, roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
The ayes have it. The contingency transfer for the Jenkins Middle School staff stipend was approved by the board. Superintendent Gall, just going back to the Jenkins conversation just quickly, there was a plan to paint some of the classrooms. Did that take place over the weekend?
We decided to wait until spring break. We had many teachers who put a lot of time and effort into decorating their rooms, and what we didn't want to do was undecorate them. And we also wanted the staff, we committed to Doherty to doing a full repaint by the start of next school year. We would start in the middle school wing over spring break, but we wanted to make sure that our palette had the time for both the Doherty staff and the Jenkins dislocated staff to kind of coordinate. So we approved those funds. We have a contract ready to go. We said, let's wait until spring break so we didn't take down the poster that somebody just put up.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is the student discipline matter. Director Bankus, can you please make the motion for action item D2?
I move that the board affirm the decision of the superintendent to expel student A for 1 calendar year.
Second.
Moved and seconded. The board reviewed the details and received legal counsel regarding this student expulsion matter earlier this evening during executive session. So the board has all the required information and is prepared to act on this agenda item this evening. With that, roll call, please. So the motion that is on the floor is to affirm the decision of the superintendent to expel student A for 1 calendar year. Yes vote affirms the decision of the superintendent.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
The ayes have it. The board affirms the decision of the superintendent to expel student A for 1 calendar year. So moving on to the non-action item that is on the agenda, the first item is the school year 2025-2026 school year calendar review. This is the first time this item is coming in front of the board. Superintendent Gall.
Yeah, just as a frame, we're in January and we're bringing non-action for a school calendar. So anybody who's been, we're literally moving up a month each year. So maybe next year we'll have it in December. All kidding aside, we really like the calendar that we're putting forward here. I don't want to steal every one of Ms. Ottmer's slides, but I really want the board and the community to pay attention to the data that we gathered on some controversial decisions that were made last year and then how they sit in this year's calendar. So as we went to a fall break last year, and as we discussed parent-teacher conferences, and as we heard even last week in the work session on professional development being more differentiated and not doing all-day-long PD days that the district owns, see that reflective in here. But not just that we said that we listened, we have the numbers that show that this is the way that our staff and our parents want us to go, and that's the way that we're headed. Ms. Ottmer.
Good evening, directors. I just want to first start with this process all followed policy ICICA, which is the required way we bring the calendar to you every year, that it does go through joint council as well. So just to start there, the calendar committee has been meeting since October. Then we took the final draft that we're bringing you tonight, the proposed draft, to joint council where we got thumbs up on it to move forward to the board this evening. So we framed the whole calendar committee underneath the board priorities. Our number one piece that we were underneath is improve student outcomes, as we considered all of the drafts that lead up to the proposal that we're going to bring you tonight. We used the committee community agreements throughout the calendar process that we know our board committees are using as well to ensure that we had a high functioning committee that was able to have frank discussions about the data that we were reviewing and also work through several drafts before we got to the final proposal here this evening. The committee was comprised of 27 members that convened together. You can see representation from teachers at all grade levels, also principals, area superintendent, and then district representation from payroll to compensation, where they're going to count all the final contract numbers to make sure we're aligned on everything that we need to be as we bring this proposal forward. Underneath those large frames of the board's vision and guidance, we also came to these initial considerations to make sure that we were considering quality of instructional time first and foremost, but then also things like we know this year's calendar, the way the dates fell across winter break meant that staff came back on a Friday. That wasn't a very popular thing. Luckily for us, the way the dates work out, you'll see that very different in this next year's proposed calendar. But also aligning with those minimum of 4 teacher work days, the 187 teacher contract days, and the 3 additional for new teacher orientation. I apologize that we put an acronym in there without spelling it out, but that is what NTO means, new teacher orientation. As we got into the process, we did work with Dr. Colickey's office to create the survey that we promised last year when we put the fall break in place. We let the fall break happen this year at the end of October, mid-October, and then put the survey in right behind that in November. The survey went to students, families, and staff members to see how they felt about the fall break, and we'll go over that data in just a moment. But we used that data to create this emerging consensus in the committee. After we saw that data, it was very clear that we wanted to have mechanisms to have fall and spring conferences in the calendar. Teachers really requested that we switch the order of events around conferences. This school year, the conferences happened after fall break, and teachers said they'd rather go into conferences and then have the fall break so that they have that rejuvenation period after they've already put in those long hours that happened during parent-teacher conferences. We talked about the beginning of the school year and staff return, if it was possible to have students come midweek, especially our youngest learners in the system can get really fatigued going from a summer schedule to a full-time school schedule all week. So we took that into place. They also requested increased teacher work days before the start of the year, because as you prep a classroom and get ready for open house and really create that warm and welcoming environment, a little more time can be beneficial there. And then a balance of PD time and teacher workday time, which you will see we were able to incorporate into the calendar at no loss, because last week you heard a brief from Dr. Carol Fry about coaching and development. And so when you see less PD days in this year's calendar, it doesn't mean we're divesting from our investment in PD. It just means more of it is in job-embedded coaching to take that into practice. So here's the survey results from our students. You can see we asked them about the fall break, and overwhelmingly they strongly agree that it was beneficial to them as a student. Our feedback from family, The two questions that we wanted to highlight for you here tonight are thinking about the half day. This year there was a half day of parent-teacher conferences and a half day of school. You can see families really prefer a full day with no students if we're going to do that conference mechanism. So we did work that feedback and incorporate it in. And then also you can see an overwhelming response of wanting access to fall and spring conferences, whether that's optional or required, definitely having a second period. I do need to flag for you all, when you previewed this conversation or this slide deck, the top left slide had a miscoding and coloring. So if you looked at it in that original version, teachers was coded green in the box that says 522. And then down below, when you went to the bar graph, it was a different, I'm sorry, it was colored gold up top, and then the bar graph was colored green. And so it wasn't following the data. So I did fix that slide today to make sure that those colors matched. You can see overall the fall break being beneficial by all groups, strongly agree and agree were most voted on. And then their feedback about half-day parent-teacher conferences aligned with what parents said as well. They'd rather have a full day with no students on a parent-teacher conference day. And then fall and spring as well. So here's how the days fell out, and we can look at the specific calendar in just a moment. But you'll see 24-25 on the left here, and on the right, the new proposed calendar does add an additional student contact day. Again, when we're thinking about access to high-quality instruction and improved student outcomes, more time with students is a great benefit. You can see a more balanced number of teacher work days and professional development days, giving them time to prep and plan and also incorporate those strategies from PD days to bring them deeply into practice so that we see the effective change we're looking for out of our PD. That's all I have on this part of the brief, so we'll take questions and Melissa can pull up the proposed calendar. Just for the record too, it is in the top of the agenda here, but we did produce a calendar that's student-specific this year, and then one that is also staff-specific, because there's a lot more details in the staff calendar, especially in early August, and we can get lost in all the color coding. So we had looked at other districts that do that as well and felt like that would be a benefit to our families to be able to glance at that calendar quickly and understand when school is in session and when it's not in session.
Thank you. Appreciate all the work that you guys put in, including the calendar committee and the way this calendar has been presented. The colorful display, it makes it easy to read compared to what we've had in the past, but also the thought that went into considering all the various parameters that you talked about, especially now having a fall, spring parent-teacher conference as well, which has not happened in the district previously, but providing that option for the parents to engage with teachers as well. Director Bankus.
I want to thank the committee and thank you for spearheading this. When I took a look at the calendars, both for students and for staff, I was mightily impressed. When we take a look at the continuity of students being in school consistently from the beginning of the year until we hit October, I think that's really instilling kids into being back in school, having consistent, in-depth teaching going beyond the breakups that we might have seen. The second point I'd like to make is that I think the calendar work that you guys have done reflects the direction in which the district is going, that says we needed to heavily support professional development. And now that we have done that, we find that our needs have changed. We're now doing the half days with the embedded coaching that's going on, and we're evolving and we are moving forward in our profession. And I compliment all of you for the work that you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Nelson.
Yeah, I'll sort of piggyback onto Director Bankus' point that I appreciate you pointed out we're not really straying from strategy of investing in, improving our instruction and access to high quality instruction, and through PD, it's just going to look a little different, that it's through coaching embedded throughout their regular days. So thanks for highlighting that we're not truly shifting away from strategy, but making adjustments. I think it's great that staff will have an extra work day in their schedule. And then I wanted to ask you, when Mr. Gall made a joke about this earlier, but I was already planning to bring this up. When does the calendar committee begin to do their work? And I have a follow-up reason I'm asking.
Historically, October.
Okay, could we move that to like August so that we could get a calendar approved before Christmas break? I know I personally, once we're on that Christmas break and it's the new year, I'm looking ahead, and I think a lot of families would probably appreciate knowing when that first day of school is so that they can plan their summer vacations appropriately. So can we like make that change?
We'll take a look at, I think we certainly always want to kind of get the first quarter under our belt before we commit to what we want to do the next year, but I don't think there's any reason why we couldn't go starting in October and at least presenting non-action by the second and third week in December. It could certainly be a goal for it to be done then, but I do want to make sure that we protect the first quarter of each year for us to be focused on that, and with shifting ideas, understanding what's worked and what hasn't worked.
Yeah.
But yes, earlier is always better.
Yeah,
I
thanks.
would echo that. I think a lot of the calendar committee members continue to have energy around what will next year look like already, and would be happy to continue to start in August rather than wait a little bit longer.
Awesome. And whatever timing you think makes sense, I just threw it out there.
Thank you.
Director Jurgensen.
I do appreciate this calendar. I am wondering, maybe an idea. I was at Stratton and a few other schools. April and May with testing gets like super long. So seeing just the conferences in there at the end of April was awesome with the workday. I was wondering the feasibility of maybe making it conferences and then maybe giving the teachers everybody a day off on the 24th somehow, or what that might look like. You'd still have 5 work days. So I don't know if you just scooch the conferences there just so that teachers could have a 3-day weekend to look forward to in April, because that's a long slog. And those of you that taught, it's brutal.
Yeah, we're going to keep this as our recommendation for the board this year, and we'll let the calendar committee consider April next year.
Okay.
If that's the will of the board. But this is our non-action presentation of the board.
I do want to name too, that conference time in spring is something we can study next year. There's a lot of conversation in the committee about, is April too late? Should those spring conferences be in March? So you're in third quarter and you could have more conversation. There's kind of trade-offs either way. In third quarter, you have more time within the school year, but in April, you're also leading into summer where you can be really clear with parents about where the growth has or hasn't been and what work in summer would really help, especially if you've got a striving reader who isn't at grade level yet. What can we put in place in summer to help them work forward? So we will continue to survey that in April as well and see how it goes this next year. Obviously, it's less time than the October conferences, but that also leaves room open for things like student-led conferences where students can be demonstrating a peak experience of their growth over the year, and different opportunities like that. It also aligns with time for students who are on a READ Act plan, K through third grade, to have those conversations with parents and understand what interventions have been effective for growth in reading this year and where we might still have places to work.
Well, I'll leave it up to the rest of my board members with that idea.
Thank you. Director Ott.
To your point of when we might make suggestions about summer and recommendations, at what point during the spring semester, or which quarter, whatever, do we recommend that a student consider summer bridge programs, or just say this is what your child needs?
Yeah, that tends to happen right now, anytime after spring break. Do you want to come up as well? I'll have Sarah Scott talk to that too as an area superintendent. But after spring break into that April timeframe is usually when we start having those conversations, and they do continue into May. Obviously, we know students can still grow in those ending months of the school year, but if we've seen gaps or we've seen places where we've needed to do interventions or switch interventions, we still want to encourage people to work over the summer as early as possible.
I don't have a ton to add to what Nicole said, but schools are on a cycle with MTSS meetings and reviewing that data with parents who are receiving interventions, and so those happen throughout the spring. So I would say really anytime after spring break, they're really starting to address that. What is the need to ensure that kids are growing across the summer, and whether summer bridge would be a good option. Sometimes that's when parents are also starting to ask about other opportunities that they might want to pursue independently to support their kids during the summer.
Are you done, Director Hart?
Yes, I think so. Just, I think the timing would be good to make sure that if I were a parent of a, say, a fifth grader, and you think my child needs summer bridge, I may have already made my summer camp plans by the 24th of April, and so that I don't want it to come as a surprise suddenly at conference time.
Absolutely, and teachers are in contact with parents regularly over the course of the school year, so we don't need to wait for a parent-teacher conference to make those type of recommendations, but this is another time to connect with families in a way that they asked for and teachers asked for in that survey, so we wanted to be sure to provide that time.
Yeah, and just for those listening, this would be the first year we committed to an actual spring conference, and we've managed to communicate Summer Bridge in light of not having that every year prior. So normally, parents are made aware sometime in the middle of second semester, which is usually before that. So we're not adding the spring conference as a deadline to Summer Bridge notification, but more as a continuing dialogue of your students' academic progression over the course of the year. And again, I don't want to go backwards on the slides, but the data was overwhelming by parents that they wanted 2 conferences. Now, we're still managing to get to high numbers of participation even just for the fall, but the people who participated said they do want multiple formal touch points with their students' education via the form of a conference.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further questions. Again, I want to thank you guys for all the work that was put into developing this calendar out here. And as you presented in one of your slides, the committee membership is comprehensive. It includes every employee group, teachers from multiple levels, and principals from multiple levels. So this recommendation that is coming in front of the board encompasses all this feedback from our staff, and that's what the board is considering for adopting as calendar for next year. And you might have mentioned this, and maybe I missed it. This went through joint council as well.
It did. It got a thumbs up at Joint Council.
Okay, perfect. So thank you so much. And to the community, if you have any feedback on this calendar, please do reach out to us through email. And then the board will consider adopting this calendar as an action item next week in the board agenda. And then there was one feedback that came from Director Jurgensen, and Superintendent Gall said that his team will take that into consideration in future calendar developments. So thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, with that, okay, upcoming meetings and events. The board did talk about listening sessions on the employee engagement group and the employee handbook that is being developed. So we have some dates that have been set aside, and I will certainly talk to the board a little bit more about it from the board dais during the work session on it. So the one listening session is coming up next week, Tuesday, February 4th. That's the first one. It's going to be at Mitchell High School. And then next Wednesday is going to be the regular board meeting. And then February 10th is going to be a listening session at Palmer High School. And then February 12th is a work session here back again. And if seeing no further business at this point in time, if there are no objections, this meeting will officially adjourn at 6:03 p.m. and we will go to the work session and start that work session in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a moment of celebration.
You like I did, you run the same course you did.
I've got something in mind for this year to take care of. Because I told her, I said, hey, you're gonna be taking an elevator.
All right, well, whatever happens. Yes. Probably not. I'll hold off for 30. Just finish the one.
But guess what?
She set a timer for all of us.
Instead of like.
Get in here.
Right? So the hair was gone. And hey, guess what? You gotta close that in there. So it was just like, you would have left. So not to say we're not.
How many is it?
I didn't go on this.
Well, I know. I was there. You know, I can't remember.
Crazy for me as well.
It doesn't matter how you, I mean,
It's a little
muscle doesn't do it all.
Were you drinking or watching a TV?
No, spending time with son.
I think we're forced to do it. Well, let's have the teachers
Yeah. Yeah, I was.
So I don't see.
It really is. I was working. I was surviving competition.
Oh, you were?
I decided not to go last year.
The weather was bad. He's talking to me because I wasn't there at the robotics.
It's a community need to speak. I drove down there. It need to be the community.
Well, Sophia was participating in it, so that's why.
Yes, same team. Of course, same team.
They do.
Made it to, made it through the semifinals by the winners. You know, they did better than they did last year. I said, well,
The weather was really yucky that day, and I wasn't sure.
I've seen Facebook first, well, that's Facebook. First, the Alumni Association changed my high school, where they posted a couple Tom readers now, even to see this. It's horrible.
Okay, let's get started, guys.
But that's always, anytime you serve the public, you gotta be patient. And thanks for what you do, as always.
So board members, if you can join us. Thank you. So we are moving on to the work session on January 29th, 2025. The time is approximately 6:12 p.m. And we have several work session topics. Welcome. We have 6 board members in attendance here in person. Director Hafley is excused for personal reasons. The first item on the agenda is policy review. We have 3 different policies: ACA, LBD, GH series as well. So we'll take that one at a time. Superintendent Gall, do you have anything to lead off on this?
Just Dr. X is here for our expert subject matter expertise.
Okay.
Said expert twice.
So let's start first with, I think you want to give us a brief update on policy GH series. It's not coming up. So why don't you start with that and give the board that update on GH?
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Gall, members of the community. The first update will be for the GH series. Policy Series G is our personnel series, and Series H is negotiations. As I mentioned when I was at the last board meeting, we have moved all of our policies into board docs, and you will start to see a kind of a new format as they're downloaded and printed in redline versions. I think Ms. Olson can open up a sample of that in a minute when we look at LBD. We do know that pending board action, we will have to take a look at the policy series G and H. We do have some of that work already beginning with our talent management team. Executive Director of Talent Management, Ms. Harris, has a team working on those policies to bring those forward in the coming months. Our approach to that will be that we will look at those G-Series policies first that are required by law, because we want to make sure that we've covered all of those for you. We don't want to give the entire G-Series to you as a block and say, let's work on this and let's go. So as we bring these forward during the work sessions, we'll be bringing forward probably the first 8 of the G-Series or so. That will be all the ones that are required by Colorado law. We'll then break down the rest of them. Nice thing about some of those that are required by law is the board has already addressed those. So some of those revisions, has addressed those in past years, so some of those revisions might be short. 2 of those would be an example of staff conduct and professional responsibilities, which was GBEB, which we addressed, as well as GBEBA, which was the staff dress code. So those will probably just require some quick revision, if there's any at all, or a quick review, and then we can move those on and get to the next series. The goal, of course, is to have the G series and the H series all revised and in alignment with your policy principles that you have shared with us multiple times by the start of July 1.
Okay, thank you. So as this process moves along, you let me know when you want to come to a work session to present a block of policies in the G and H series to the board, and board members appreciate if they have a little bit of time to review the policy before we come to that discussion out there. So you let me know when you guys are ready to bring that conversation.
With access into board docs, as those drafts start to develop, you will be able to see changes that are being made. So the recommendations from the team, from the talent management team, will come to me, and Ms. Olson and I will make changes inside of the platform. There is a draft policy platform. That brings an interesting question about we will, when do drafts become public? The drafts become public when we submit them into an agenda item. So you'll have the ability to track inside of board docs instead of sending attachments and all of these extra attachments in the email. So you'll be able to follow along with those changes as they're made as a board.
Okay. Any questions on this to Dr. Hicks?
Will we have the ability to take a draft and then redline it ourselves? Because that's a limitation we have right now. I had to send some policy suggestions through an email, and if I could have a document to redline, that might be easier for the team.
So when you go into board docs and you go under policies, once you're logged in, you'll be able to go to the draft policies, and in the draft policies will only be those draft policies that have been copied over for work. So currently right now we have a handful in there. All of the policies can be edited very similar to Microsoft Word inside of board docs if you wish. If not, there's a button where you can take them out of the board docs platform as a Word document. You can use the Word document to make your red lines. Send those to us, we can make those changes.
Lauren, I literally just looked, it's very, very easy to find.
Yay!
So it's, yeah.
Great.
And yeah, it downloads it and fires it up.
See, Ms. Olson just brought it up on the screen, and that's in the draft, and it's only policies right now. Regulations will eventually be separate as we go. Hit that button, you can open it up and make your edits and let us know.
Very good. So then my last thing I had was, I've been thinking about the employee handbook work and work session we had, and then now these personnel policies, and just wanting to foot stomp that we need to be mindful of policy principles going into board policy, and refraining from putting anything policy into the handbook, and that the handbook is more operations related. And so just as we go through these personnel policies, taking into consideration that was there anything in the master agreement that was policy that now we need to make sure is in board policy. I assume they would be in both places, but we don't want to just assume. So just as the team is working through it, thinking about those things.
When I met with the team from talent management, we talked about the use of those documents in our historical, and kind of some of the legacy documents coming in, where appropriate, and then of course also, using CASB and be guided by the principals. So they have your principal document, they know, the direction of the board.
Okay. Any other feedback at this time from the board on what Dr. X has presented? We'll go on to the other policies. Okay, let's move on to policy LBD. The next one, this is the policy pertaining to relations of the district with charter schools. Could you give us some context, Dr. X, on what is in front of the board and what are you asking us of? Thank you.
So policy, before I begin, Ms. Olson, if you could scroll down a little bit, so just so everybody can see, you'll start to see, I'm sorry, the other way, back up to the top, sorry, Ms. Olson, that's my fault. You'll start to see policies that will no longer have the same look as the old ones with the old text box in the right-hand corner. They'll now have the D11 logo at the top, so that lets you know that's going to be the official look of a policy when it's printed and when it's shared for editing. So LBD, relations with charter schools. During the 2023 legislative session, House Bill 23-1025 charter school application timeline was passed. This bill adjusts the charter school application timeline. Previously, districts were allowed to have a rolling application timeline or even choose a single day for the deadline for their charter school applications. This bill requires a new rolling timeline for all school districts, urban and rural, and it extends some of that timeline. The four pieces that are important to know is that under the new charter bill, the process must include that between February 1st and April 1st, one school year prior to opening, that the charter school application must be filed with the school board. This application period is 18 months prior to the start of the school year, prior to the start of the year that the charter school would like to open. By June 30, 1 year prior to opening, the school board must rule on the charter school application. By September 30th, or 90 days after a school board approves a charter application by resolution, whichever is later, the contract negotiations between the charter school and the school board must be done and must conclude. And then the charter school is required to use the school in fiscal year, July 1 to June 30, following the submission of their charter application as a planning year. So those are going to be elements that we are going to include because we're required to do by law. Here today, policy LBD is not required by statute. So a policy is not required in this case. A regulation is. This is one of those cases where state law says you need to have a regulation, but you don't need to have a policy. So I wanted to make sure we followed the will of the board when we brought a draft forward, knowing that we're looking to minimize the policy manual. However, I do know that with our increasing portfolio of schools, we might want to have a policy that states where charter schools fit into the goals of and the will of the board.
So what are you suggesting?
So if we take, currently, our current LBD, if you were to open up the samples that I provided in there this evening, you would see regulatory language in both policy and in regulation. And then I also included CASB's version, because it's always a kind of a nice reference for us to start with. CASB's version of the policy is about 1.5 pages. Ours is about 6-7 pages. And then the regulation, I think CASB's is like 6 and ours is 10. So we have a lot in there. And I'm just looking for some guidance on how we want to go about. Do we want to have a policy that oversees and says this is our belief as a governing board and then put all the detail in the reg? Do we want just a regulation? Because it's pretty exhaustive. There is a lot in those two documents.
Okay, what you're suggesting is maybe simplify that policy LBD. One of the options could be simplify that policy LBD, remove all the regs and put that in regulation, but have just a basic policy that talks about the portfolio of schools and relations, and then put everything in regulation as it is necessary.
If that's the will of the board to have a policy, I wanted to make sure that the board understood that it is not a required policy by law, but we do have to have a regulation by law. That's one of those weird cases.
Director Jurgensen.
I like that idea of just, this was even hard for me to review being that long of and then when you're mentioning laws are different than what we're describing here, some of this is past administration's goals and timelines of things. and being that we're more charter friendly, I like the idea of cleaning up LBD to be brief 30,000 foot governance view, and then that gives you just a pathway to have that R on there that gives you the regulations we need per state law.
Awesome. You're good? Okay. Does that give you the guidance? Anybody else have any comments on it at this time? So does that give you the guidance that you want? So simplify policy LBD, move all the regs into the regulation, and then bring it as a non-action item. If the board is comfortable with it, bring it as a non-action item. This won't come to another work session. It'll come as a non-action item in front of the board whenever Dr. X team has done that work. Okay?
I'll just say to make sure that it does support like the portfolio strategy, that the policy really, because if in the regulation we put more of that detailed timeline information, administration can sort of adjust as they need. But so then I would want in the policy to make it very clear that we still want to make District 11 easily accessible to charter schools, and that administration doesn't start trying to make things tighter. Not that you would, but to establish in policy that we're looking at this portfolio strategy.
Okay, you got what you needed?
Got what I need on that? Yep.
Director Nelson, you sent an email to the board with a couple of questions. Have those questions been answered, or is there any outstanding questions from LBD that you need answered?
No, you answered that the timing requirement is new state statute. That was one question I had. And then the other one I had was the composition of a charter school being mandated of in-boundary or contiguous district boundaries, and it has to be 50%. Is that, I was wondering, is that in state statute, or
It is.
that District 11 requirement?
It is in state statute, but it's worded as majority.
So declare that, just
Yeah.
word it as a majority.
Yeah, let's follow statute
Yep.
there then.
Okay, so we are good with that. So let's move on to policy ACA, which is the next policy, which is what's the title of that policy? So I don't get that.
Name change?
Name change policy. Okay, so this was a policy that the board considered in a work session. Was it in October or November? At that point in time, we had some robust discussions at that point in time, and the board members requested that some time be granted where they can engage with the community to develop their thoughts behind what they want to see in that policy. And so at this point in time, policy ACA is in front of the board again and just to provide some context, this is based on state law, House Bill 1039, which was passed last year, which provides opportunity for students to request to be addressed by a chosen name to align with their gender identity. So there are several things up for discussion at this point in time, but do you want to give any more context on this, Dr. X, before we open it up for board discussion?
The only other context that I would provide is I believe that the version that is on the screen now and that was included is a copy of the original draft that we brought, and then the additions and the revisions that were suggested by Director Carey.
Yeah. So Director Carey, since you did, is there anything more you need to add? Okay. Director Carey, since you did propose some of these revisions, do you want to provide some context as to what is in front of the board at this time?
I certainly can, yeah. So this was my own personal attempt to kind of alter the policy, in part in light of some of the discussions that we had, but also just in part of, this is my own preference for the way this policy is supposed to look. So I don't want people to get confused here. I don't know that this policy is something that the board as a whole has consented to this particular version. This is something that I put together myself.
Hence the work session.
Hence the work session. So I guess just coming out of the gate myself, I think there are two distinct questions here that we want to be thinking about. The first is, as the local leaders of a school district, what are the ways in which we think this ought to be implemented in D11? That's something that the House bill allows for. It says that, school boards need to put together how this is going to be implemented. And then the second question that's related is, okay, what are the legal limits under which we're allowed to do that? What are the boundaries of the discretion that we have? So I'll just speak to my own feelings on those 2 points real quick. First, this is something I feel very strongly about. This is something that I campaigned on. When you're leading a public system, that system has to meet the needs of a wide variety of perspectives and beliefs. And my own feeling as to how that ought to be accomplished is, in all matters of kind of places of sincerely held beliefs, any place of controversy, any place where there's sensitivity required, my own feeling is the school district has to be, acting in deference to the parents. Parents are the primary stakeholders of what it is that we do here, and I do not support school districts doing things without parental knowledge. I don't support school districts doing things without parental consent, when there are places of controversy is the word that I keep coming back to. This is something that Director Nelson and I have talked about, when my kid at Stratton needs to get ibuprofen, I have to sign off on that. When your kid was going to be shown a PG DreamWorks movie, you had to sign off on that. To the best of my knowledge, most times when there's a significant request being made of the school system, the parents are in the loop. So my own personal feeling here is you always want to be acting in deference to the wishes of the parents in situations that have any connection to sincerely held beliefs. I don't think this particular matter is any different. The second question is then, okay, so if that's how I feel, what are the actual legal limits of the way we are allowed to implement this policy? And as best I can determine, it's not very clear. The House bill itself does not mention parents at all, one way or the other. And the House bill, like I said, states school districts have to come up with a policy that determines how these requests are to be granted, honored, or interpreted. So my feeling is until I get some clarity from either the lawmakers or from the courts in black and white, you must cut parents out of the process, I'm not going to do that. Now, if at such time there's either a court order or a update or a new bill that tells me you have to write this policy without parents, then fine, I'll do it that way. My hands will be tied at that point. But until such time, this is the way I in particular would like this policy to look. No one has to agree with me. That's just where I came down on this.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that feedback. But thank you also for providing us a draft version. Then the board can take a look at this and decide, do we align with that or some revisions have to be made? At least it's a starting point for the board to talk on. And then you provided your feedback, like what Director Kerry said. That's his personal thoughts on where he lands as far as the ACA policy goes. And from what I heard, difference to parents and where he stands on is not notifying parents about it, but requiring parental consent. So those are two things that we can talk about at this point in time, parental notification and then parental consent as far as a chosen name of a student goes when a student comes and makes a request. Any thoughts from the rest of the board members to what Director Kerry presented, either in support of it or if you have alternate thoughts? Director Jurgensen, you want to go?
Yeah, I think Director Kerry's points are well stated. Even in Colorado law, it mentions a minor being anyone under the age of 18 or who has secured a high school diploma or a passing score on a GED. So we're still dealing with minors that are under the care and supervision of parents who we then give to our schools for the safety of their well-being and learning during the day. And so I agree with the sentiments. I think that you were looking for a different word of controversial. I think it's more principled matters. And in this case, it's a principled matter of that parent knows that child. The only thing that you own is your name. Everything else will be taken away from you. But I know my name is this. And so when the parent is deciding that name and is raising that child, they are in control of what they want that to be for that child. Now, when that child is 18, gets a GED, moves on, they can do whatever they would like. But under the care of that parent or guardian or that family, they need to be in the loop, not just of a, hey, this is what your child wants to be called at school now, but just like you said, ibuprofen, or hey, your kid's has this going on in school, we want to let you know and sign this form, disciplinary things, right? Your kid messed up, goofed around, got in a fight or whatever, we had disciplinary action, we need you to sign this sheet and bring it back. Great, that's a form of consent. This is not new in the education world. And so I agree with what we have in here. I'd like to add a couple of things. I'll mention just one. There are some ongoing litigations with this House bill as it was passed. So I would like to see some sort of provision added at the end of the policy that says we're adopting this now, but based on the obligation that we have to 1039. But in the event that that's ruled unconstitutional by court of law or something that deems it no longer a valid law, that we would just, it would invalidate this policy immediately and in its entirety. So we have that kind of catch of, with the ongoing litigation, with more, I think, more lawsuits coming against this, I've heard are in the works. Let's have that at the end there to say, if this law is no longer deemed a law, this policy no longer needed, because we have policy that talks about record change and legal name change. The intent of this law and such policy is in regards to gender or changing name with that intent of gender.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. I saw your hand up, Director Hart. I'll come to you.
Thank you. My concern is, parental notification is one level, and I think the majority of emails we have gotten have expressed that people would prefer not to have parental notification. Parental consent, I think, is a whole other level, and I would prefer we leave it out because I do have concerns about the legal challenges we might face. If we're gonna focus on on thriving students, growing our students in reading, writing, arithmetic, and et cetera.
You'll have to talk up. What?
Sorry. If we're going to focus on basically growing our children in academics, I worry about what parental consent will do on two levels. One, that children will not feel that they can be themselves in a safe environment. I worry that they will feel that school isn't safe where they can truly express themselves. And second, I worry about the consent just opening us up to legal concerns. It's not necessary. I think we can leave it off. And the law is if the student makes the request, we call the student by that name. Not that we get parental consent. And that's I have several other comments, but
Okay, but let's
go along with what-
take this one at a time, just so for the community to be aware of this as well. Director Hafley is not present at this discussion, but in talking with her, she wanted me to let the board know and the community know that she is for the rights of the parents in this case, so she would support parental notification and parental consent in this matter. So I'm just sharing that with the board as well. With that, so I get the pulse of the board before we proceed any further. Parental notification. How many of you, by a show of thumbs, parental notification, is that something that you are support of at this time? Okay. We have majority support of.
Wait. I thought you were gonna go to parental consent.
I'm going next to the parental.
Just wanna make sure.
I'm saying the first step in the process is parental notification, which we got the majority of the board consent on this. Next step, parental consent, okay, which is taking it the next step further, that we not only inform parents, but also make sure that parents are on board with it. If they agree with this request made by their student. Any comments, or at this time, looking at the thumbs up from the board in this regard? Okay, go- you have
Can I
a
make
comment?
one really quick comment? Just in reference to legal challenge, I think it would have been really nice if the state had clarified whether or not the parents were meant to be involved here. If our choice to put in parental consent provokes legal challenge, I don't have a problem with that. The state or the courts can then clarify what this bill, how that bill is meant to be executed, and that will be, a learning experience for everybody.
Okay, so, Dr. Bankus.
The comments that we've been making are in line with parental responsibility. And when we take a look at notifying the parents, as you've said before, we have to give, parents have to give permission in order to have their children's photos taken at school. They opt out if they don't want their children at school to have their photos taken, and all the other things that we can mention. When I take a look at a child in a classroom who wants to be called by a different name, to Director Ott's point, we want kids to feel safe and comfortable in their environment. At the same time, we are the adults, and their information is important, but we are the decision makers, and how can we guide our kids who are having to question something very basic about themselves? As I've worked in education, I know that, and most of us know, that what happens for the 6 hours or 7 hours that kids are in school with us, we make an impression and we have a community in which they grow and they hopefully thrive. That's why we're there. But they also live in a broader community. And how are we equipping them to deal with challenges in the broader community? They're going to be with their parents a lot longer than they're going to be with us. And as we've heard teachers come to the podium and talk about the differences that they've made in children's lives, and we care about them, we think about them, we worry about them, and yet we don't have them for their entire lives. Their parents do. So when a child, in my view, decides that they want to try out a different identity, that's a conversation that happens at home, or should happen at home, because that's the broader community in which they live and the structure under which they are making decisions and having consequences coming back to them. So while I appreciate being sensitive to children who are questioning their gender identity, I think that we would be derelict in our duty if we did not include the parents in that decision-making that opens up the conversation between the school community and the broader community, which is their home life. So I agree that I think parents need to give consent.
Okay, so go ahead.
I'll just be brief that I have heard concerns about what if a student's home life, their family is not supportive of this concept, and what if there are safety concerns? And I would just say that as we operationalize this policy, it will be a part of the process to check and ask the students, are you concerned for your safety? We are mandatory reporters, so this isn't different from any other type of situation where a student acts up at school, brings weed to school, gets an F, and maybe their parent is going to react in not a healthy way. We do not have control of how the parents handle these situations. That's not our role or responsibility, but we are mandatory reporters, and so yes, we need to, if they are genuinely concerned for their safety, then we will address that accordingly.
Good point.
Yeah, just wanted to touch on that. And then I guess I want to make it clear for staff that we are not to keep information from parents. So this is the board, the leadership of the district, making that statement that that is, we expect for our professionals to not keep secrets from families.
Okay, Thank you, Director Nelson. So, looking at this discussion at this point in time, one thing that I will throw out there, if a student comes and makes a request to be addressed by a chosen name that is different, I don't know if this addresses it in policy, but maybe we can make it clear, and this is why I'm asking the board guidance on it. The person that the student approaches, I'm assuming it's somebody at the building level, that person informs the students that this information is going to be communicated to the parents. Okay, so that the student is aware that this is going back to their parents. And if the student at that point in time says something concerning like what Director Nelson brought up, we address this at that time through the appropriate channels, through the appropriate authorities. If the student is fearful, there are going to be repercussions or consequences at home. If the student also says at that time, okay, based on what you are saying, I am not comfortable with this being informed to my parents, so I would rather withdraw or take back my request at that time. Maybe we honor that request, because then it's not a subject that is there in question. And then we stop that conversation right away. Was the board supportive of that? Okay, so could we have some, do we need some language in the policy to address that, or is that overall guidance that goes to Superintendent Gall through regulations, operations? Great, but that's the general thing that is out there, so that we can address that at a low level before it becomes an issue. Okay, so what I gather from this is parental notification and parental consent is the will of the board. Okay, and then Director Jurgensen brought about a statement to the end of, which I think Director Nelson also brought about in the email that she sent to the board. And I think you have the language that was proposed by Director Nelson in that regard, and the board has that language itself. This is add to the end of policy ACA, that if in the event that the House bill or CRS numbers are found to be unconstitutional, the policy shall be voided in its entirety. Is the board comfortable with that language? Okay. Okay. There is support for that. That's the will of the board. Okay. There was a couple of other things that Director Nelson, you brought about. Do you want to bring that up?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't have strong feelings about this first one. I just noticed that very first paragraph is repetitive to the information that's in the rest of the document. So I started wondering if that paragraph was even necessary, if we just delete it.
Are you talking about the paragraph about name changes? Right there, the
Yes.
first. So you would start with the definitions.
Yeah.
Okay. Director Bankus.
I want to see it stay, because if I wanted to look specifically for this policy, I'm not sure I would look under foundations and basic commitments. I don't see how those fit together. So I would like to have name changes right up at the top, so I know that that's the one I'm really looking for.
You could just delete section A because there's not multiple sections. And then you could still just have a paragraph there. So policy ACA, I know we're a little bit off topic, but in cleaning it up, and it says section A, there's no section B in here.
That's a formatting.
Yeah, that's
So it has
A
to-
series policies.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, section A, ACA, my apologies. Okay, so
yeah.
that's what it's saying, Sandra. It's saying foundation and basic commitment is the group block policy, A series.
So she wants to keep,
But I want to keep the name changes, because if somebody wants to actually look for it,
Yeah,
so
And
would
the
you keep
paragraph underneath.
do you want the paragraph also, or just that title? Because we could keep name changes, the title.
Do you want the paragraph that starts with this policy outlines the process and goes on? That's what Director Nelson is proposing, those five
I
five
understand.
lines out there.
If we keep it, I would propose we add the word gender in front of identity in that very first sentence.
Okay.
If we keep it, but like I said, I don't have strong feelings about this one, I just noticed it's repetitive.
I would like to keep it.
I think it's a nice intro,
Okay.
Okay,
and
Then-
I'm for adding gender to that.
with the addition of gender in front of identity. Okay, Director Art.
Thank you. I prefer keeping it also. My concern is that last phrase that I'm not sure why we would say in accordance with Colorado Springs School District 11 Board of Education, the board policy. Maybe we could put the board somewhere else. I'm not clear on which other policy we're noting here, and do we have a policy that references change of name or gender elsewhere, or is this it? So
I thought it was at the bottom of this one, where it says court order.
And they're talking about official student record there, right?
So could that be more clear? If you want to change your name officially, reference this policy.
Right.
I had that
Yeah,
same
let's name the
thought.
policy. Why are we gonna be vague about it?
Can we reference that policy on legal name changes?
Do we have one?
Isn't that covered
It's
under the next to the
cross-referenced at the
last?
bottom, it's JRC.
I couldn't find it in JRC.
JRC.
The policy,
JRA,
maybe
JRC.
regulation.
For a formal name changes, yeah, it's in there, in the regulation, JRC and JRC A.
Oh, okay, there we go.
So instead of just having it at the bottom, Julie, you would like for it to be like in parentheses after, is that what you're?
Or just, several other districts do it where they just would say in accordance with, and then if we wanna say all that, we can, Colorado Springs District 11 Board of Education policy, fill in the blank, or regulation, JRA.
Just name the policy. That's what
Or
she said.
regulation.
The policy or regulation, whatever that alphabet soup is, put that in
The
there.
intro is saying this is for gender identity, non-legal name changes. So then we might, like you're mentioning, Julie, if you're looking for a policy that talks about legal name changes, look at policy
Yep.
JRA.
Yep.
I like that.
Well,
Okay.
that's the second to the last paragraph. Name changes on
Yeah,
official.
but we are
student
just
records.
asking that be there at the top.
In that first paragraph, just a nice summative.
I'm okay with adding in the
Okay,
alphabet soup.
great, good.
I am too.
Can I
Go
follow up?
ahead.
I don't want to confuse the issue, though, that this is non-legal and that is legal. So if we need an extra sentence or we need to break it up somehow so that is clear.
That's why I mentioned that at the end of, on the third line there, in accordance with this policy, period.
Okay.
In the event that you want a change to your name and legal name change, reference this policy, JRA, JRC.
On your
That
official
way it's clear,
student
yeah,
record.
official student record or official legal, however you wanna word it,
That works.
that delineates the two policies, I think.
Okay.
Good point, Julie.
You got that feedback, Dr. X?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Next item on what you requested. Back to you, Nelson, Director Nelson.
Okay, so in the somewhere, sorry, I'm bouncing between my email and the policy itself. Somewhere in there at the beginning of the policy, it says a student will be limited to 2 such requests per academic year. I'm not sure how much value there is in including that sentence. If we learn that students are like constantly changing their names, then maybe we go back and add a limitation, but I don't know.
I feel strongly about leaving that one in. This month I feel like I'm Sally. That didn't work out for me, so I'm gonna try in another month or so another name. Not so clear about that. I think I'll try one more. I think when we say you get 2 chances at this, it sets a parameter and a structure under which I have to make a weighty decision. I can't keep changing my mind over time. And so, and maybe somebody changes their name and they try it out and decide, wait, what was I thinking? This is not working for me. Then they change it back. And so they've made decisions and then they have to live within those decisions. By leaving it open-ended, to me, it doesn't carry the same weight as knowing, well, I can change it today, but then maybe if I don't feel right in another couple of weeks or another couple of months, I can change it again. Oh, and then a few months later, yeah, that didn't work either, I'll change it again. if we're going to take seriously this opportunity to self-identify, then they have to be decisions that have lasting consequences or lasting time frame. And so to give two gives a student an opportunity to make a choice, and it gives them an opportunity to change that choice. And I think that's important.
So thank you. So what is being proposed, as Director Nelson said, the statement is in the policy right now, a student will be limited to 2 such requests per academic year. Director Nelson suggested removing that at this time. Director Bankus would prefer to keep it there. Director Carey.
I put that in there just based on some things that happened in that first conversation. My feeling there is, just to go back to some of the stuff I opened with, I don't really want the school district taking much of a stance on the object level question. That's why I want parental consent in there. So my feeling would be, you know, if the student wants to change their name more than twice, and if the parents sign off on that request, I don't know that the school district should tell them no. I think if we feel like there's some kind of abuse of the procedure, we could deal with that on a case-by-case basis, but I also don't feel the need to put this limitation in policy.
And, sorry, where's my hand?
Go ahead.
So, I mean, in that bottom paragraph above the name changes on official student records, it does say the district reserves the right to deny a chosen name. I guess it would be discretion of the principal and the family going, look, Jason, this is the 4th time this quarter. It just depends. Again, operational level versus governance level.
Okay, go ahead.
By making it discretionary on the part of the principal, then the principal is involved in a conversation that's outside their area of responsibility. Their area of responsibility is instructional leadership in their building and keeping kids reading and writing and doing math, being kind to one another, coming to school every day, making sure they're safe while they're there. To put the principal in a position where now they're having to make a decision whether this is an abuse or not adds one more layer of responsibility that takes their attention off of the reason why they're in a building and kids come to school.
Great point. I support you keeping 2 in there.
Okay, great. Okay, go ahead.
If we keep 2 in there, I think we need to add a sentence that says you may revert back to your parent-given name or whatever, your birth at any time.
It's too detailed.
That'd be the second change, basically.
No, what if they change twice and then they're like, I wanna go back to Lauren, and we're like, sorry, you can't. I think it's important to allow for that exception.
This whole thing is what I don't want to take
Yeah,
a stance on.
exactly.
So recently, the board has taken policy to the highest level and given the district the opportunity to get the details in the regulation. I think consent and notification are where the policy is. I think that comes in, and then we can think about the regulation piece. What I don't want us to do is try and figure out the 1 out of 223,000 kids that may or may not be in that. Now we're suddenly out of policy, that when that one situation comes. I think the board's been clear on notification and consent, which now gives the district the understanding of how it is that we should be able to use our SIS to understand what those name changes are or are not. I would imagine many Williams will still be called Bill or Billy, of which none of the policy will abide by. But we do now have clarification on specific name change in and around the law and or around gender identity that gives us enough to go by and then readdress if we find that there are abuses to said policy instead of trying to solve for it on the front end.
Okay. Did you have something to add?
No, I appreciate Superintendent Gall's comments. It is pretty nitpicky, and if the child has permission to change and the parent wants them to be able to change their name a 3rd time, who are we to stand in the way? You know, let's just leave it out.
Okay, so the feedback that came, and Director Bankus, your feedback is appreciated as well. But that level of operational details is something that Superintendent Gall is comfortable handling. If it becomes a repetitive issue, they will handle it on a case-by-case basis. And also if it needs board language in here, he will let us come back to us at a certain point. Are we good with that? So it's going to
We need
be,
to call thumbs
it's
to
going to
approve
be,
removing it.
yeah, for removing it. Thumbs up for removing that language in there and leaving it at that operational level. Okay, that's the will of the board. Moving on to, you had other things
Yeah.
too. Okay, go ahead.
So in the second paragraph, under the section titled Use of a Chosen Name or Preferred First Name, that very last sentence, after the parentheses, it says, is prohibited under this policy and consistent with under.
The under is crossed out.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I would cross out under this policy and I would just say is considered discriminatory under Colorado law.
Okay, so that's something that Director Nelson proposed in the email that she sent, so the board is already understanding of what is being proposed out there. By show of thumbs, is there first any discussion on that? Okay.
I have a question just for Greg. I mean, is there we have what CASB proposed, we have the suggestion consistent with, and then it's considered discriminatory. It just is discriminatory under Colorado law. So I skipped the word considered, but do you have suggestions on, is any one of them legally better than the other? I mean, they're all true.
Yeah, they're all true, so it's really the will of the board, how you wanna word it.
Okay. So, but is there any, is the board comfortable with at least removing is prohibited under this policy, removing that language and then putting is, and what Director Nelson proposed is considered discriminatory under Colorado law. What you are suggesting is discriminatory under Colorado.
You know what, I stick with is prohibited under this policy and under Colorado law. It's straightforward and pretty simple to understand.
Okay, so, okay,
Prohibited under this policy and consistent with Colorado law. That's the new blend.
I still wanna keep it that this is Colorado law mandating this.
Yeah, without this law, we wouldn't have this policy, so
Yeah.
that's your tie there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I copied in my email the actual statute language for reference.
okay. Is the board comfortable removing the language considered out there and just putting is discriminatory under Colorado law?
Is that okay compromise in that case?
Okay, great. Okay, so that's, remove the language considered in there and just put is discriminatory under Colorado law. Is there anything more?
Just the last one,
Okay.
so other school districts have added language, recognizing that we are a public institution that serves a wide variety of beliefs and values, and we want to, as best as possible, find middle ground to be respectful of that wide variety. There's language that other districts have utilized speaking to granting accommodations to conscience-based objections to compelled speech so long as the requested accommodation does not result in substantial increased costs in relation to the conduct of the district's business. And so we kind of take it as a case-by-case basis, but recognizing that we're going to have staff and other students that to call their fellow student by a name that is different than what their values. I'm just trying to figure out how we can find some middle ground here, and it might look something like calling by last name, like a teacher using last names in the classroom, and then it's not discriminatory because all of the classmates are called by their last name.
I'm for that accommodation.
You had something to say, Director. Okay.
Yeah, I find this a really interesting idea that, you know, teachers can discriminate against our students and not respect, what were your words, Jason, the only thing you own is your name. You know, if I have self-identified as a boy, no, let me just say, I self-identify as a girl. And the teacher decides that she is going, or he is going to call me by a different name that I don't identify with. The district is going to allow that discrimination, and the district is going to allow that disrespect, but only as long as it inconveniences us to a certain financial amount. I mean, I think that we could address it on a case-by-case basis if a teacher has a problem with this, and they can take it up with the superintendent or their principal. Although, sorry to the principal who it has to be taken up with, but especially if the parent has said, yes, you need to address my child by this name. I think it's, the teacher needs to find a way around that maybe if they feel that's necessary for their own principle and being able to live with themselves. But the child has rights that I think in this case supersede the teacher. And if we're gonna create a sense of belonging for a child, they need to be addressed by the name that they are identifying with. So, thanks.
Dr. Bankus.
And I think that we're hitting on the crux of a problem of trust by our staff, by our teachers, and all of our personnel. And that is, where do my rights end and where do the students' rights begin? And that's the crux of the conversation. Given what you just said, Julie, Director Ott, the child has self-identified, the parent has consented to it. So this is how the child is in your class with this name. And me as a teacher who has a different belief system, it's like, so am I devalued because the child and the parent have more rights than I do? And all I can go back to is a time as a classroom teacher when we got county health to come in and talk to us about precautions for HIV, dealing with children on the playground, dealing with children in your classroom, and the fact that we were obligated to provide first aid, even though there may be a health risk involved because of the transmission of blood. So that was years and years ago, and you get over it because you're more concerned about your kids than you are about other things, in my case, my personal safety. So fast forward to this conversation. Is the child's rights that have been reinforced by the parent primary to the teacher's rights as an individual and an adult in their belief system? And I guess I agree with you. I think that the student who comes with parent permission should be recognized, even though it's against what I think or what I believe. And then I have to readjust and figure out if this is where I need to belong. It's a tough thing. I don't think there's any right or wrong answer. It's a decision that we have to agree on.
Okay, I think Director Nelson.
She can go.
Okay, Dr. Rock.
Thank you. I was just gonna follow up sort of on that. And I was thinking of the Johnny Cash song, A Boy Named Sue, and it just reminds me, it's not a happy song, but I know men who are named Lynn. There are girls we call Alex. And do I, if I'm somebody who disagrees with a girl being called Alex or Finn or Devin or Dylan, what gives me the right to say, no, I'm sorry, that isn't a girl's name? So, especially if we're dealing with a number of additional cultures and languages, and there are so many possibilities for us to have different names. And I think that, again, it comes back to that child is defining themselves by a name, and we want to respect that. I can't decide that John randomly, because that child looks like a she, maybe, or is slightly feminine looking. Define feminine anymore, right? That's totally a judgment. And it's not fair to our students, it's not fair to anyone, really. And I do worry that, it comes back to who are they to judge, and it can become harassment as well as discrimination. And we don't want that in our classrooms.
That's sense.
So a couple points I want to circle back. The comment about cost in the policy, I think, is just sort of to look out for the district. It is not in any way, as you tried to convey, that we're trying to place value on people or anything. That's not what this language says. And then I'm trying to find the middle ground of if Bobby starts the beginning of the year and wants to change to Sally, and a teacher has personal conviction, or a classmate, we're talking about staff, but classmates may also say, I feel like I'm lying to you if I call you something different. And your example that you gave just now about names that are maybe more gender neutral, or their given name maybe leans one way or another, that's not this situation. This situation is in the context of a gender identity. And so if someone's personal conviction is that they just can't bring themselves to what they maybe would say is lie to this person, then where's the middle ground? How do we still respect the individual? And that's where you are Julie Ott. So calling you, Director Ott is that middle ground. Like, it's still your identity. And so I'll leave it at that. That's my pitch.
Dr. Perry, you have any thoughts on this one? Okay, so I think the board is divided on this at this point in time. We have a couple of board members expressing that this, to Director Nelson's point, provides accommodations for our teachers if they, or the peers, if they do not want to accommodate that request. And then the other side of the view is that if the parents have consented to this, which the policy requires that the parents consent to this at this point in time, who are we to go against the will of the parent at that point in time? It's an operational detail that can be handled on a case-by-case basis if we direct it to the superintendent and provide him that this be handled on an operational basis. Is the board comfortable dealing with it at that level, or do you want a specific language in there? Okay.
Say that again?
What's that? Well, I'm just saying that when these type of situations, one-off situation happens, okay, and I'm assuming it's not going to be several of those happening, through the course of the year, we can defer to Superintendent Gall, and when a teacher or a staff member expresses reservations about addressing a student by the student's chosen name, which has got consent from the parent as well at this point in time, and still the staff and the student or the peer has reservations about addressing that student, we can defer to Superintendent Gall on an operational basis to provide guidance to the teacher, which could be, instead of addressing the student by the first name or the given name, or the chosen name, would be to address by the last name.
I don't want it to not leave the policy.
Okay,
for my
I
part.
heard you,
think
and I
that
heard.
I think that that's how people will know we're willing to try and all work together and respect everyone's beliefs and find that middle ground.
Okay.
If we don't state it in policy, they won't know.
Okay, so I heard you and I heard Director Jurgensen.
This one.
Okay, go ahead. I mean, you said that you wanted it in the policy, right?
I do, just to frame the discussion,
Sure.
I've got a client that's a biological male named Ashley. Great, that's not what we're talking about here. So I don't want us to contrive a situation to prove a point or to prove a standpoint. The language is very simple and it's calm. We'll talk about an accommodation. It's not like, it's hey, if you really have a problem that Sandra now wants to be Jim, it couldn't even be, it doesn't have to be religious. It could be a moral or just a biological. Like, I know that Sandra's a woman, biologically, and I have a problem, and I don't want to be compelled to call her that, even if the parent signed off on it. All we're saying is in those onesie, twosie cases, remember, this is less than like 2% of our student population. We have the ability to say, okay, we'll grant Jason, a classmate of Sandra, how to work around this for the benefit of Sandra, now Bill, or Jim, excuse me, and Jason. That's all we're saying. We want to try to accommodate. That's why I like keeping it in there.
So,
I'm good with that.
okay, so now you agree with putting that language in?
Making an accommodation, yeah.
Okay, well, that's the language that was proposed and.
I agree.
Great, awesome. Okay, Director Carey, I need by a show of hands out here where you stand on this. Otherwise, I would have to defer at this point in time. I personally have shared that is an operational detail that can be handled on a case-by-case basis by Superintendent Gall. I want to provide that accommodation, but it can be handled at an operational detail as opposed to being in a policy.
We're gonna have to be careful on the language, because if we have a policy that supports a student's name change notified and supported by a family, and in the same policy, we support a staff member's ability to not support that decision, then the district has no way to reconcile that. Because now I have a policy that supports both sides of that.
That's the problem with this law in general. This law is forcing our hand to have these conversations when it didn't need to take place.
So we're just trying to find, how do we be neutral? How do we respect all beliefs in our school system?
Okay, you heard everything at this point in time. Director Carey, do you want to still give some thought to it?
This one seems legally very tricky to me. I'm just gonna read from the House bill. Unless done at a student's request, knowingly or intentionally using a name other than the student's chosen name, or the knowing or intentional avoidance or refusal to use a student's chosen name is discriminatory. When I, at the start of the conversation, argued for putting in parental consent, one of the points that I made was, I don't think the law guides my thinking as to whether or not I can do that, and so I'm going to put in parental consent because that's the way I think a public institution ought to be run here. For this question, the thing that I'm having trouble thinking through is I have some of my own opinions on kind of the question of whether or not a government institution should be compelling speech in this way. But on the flip side, the bill does, in this particular case, to stake out a pretty clear stance. And so I'm trying to balance those two things. So if you're asking me right now, where would you stand on this? What would your thumbs be? I would say, in this particular case, I think that the House bill is quite clear as to, unless the student, is okay with it, using a name other than the student's chosen name, or avoiding or refusing to use that name, that's discriminatory, according to the House bill.
Okay, so what I hear is, you don't want the language added there. Is that just making sure?
Yeah, I would say I'm nervous about this language from a legal standpoint, because it seems to be in very direct, what's the right word? Contradiction to the text of the bill, as best I can tell.
So since we are divided on this, what I would say is at this time, keep the language in there, and when it comes in front of the board as non-action item, Director Hafley will also be, at that point in time, would be able to provide her feedback on this option out there, and maybe that will help us figure out where to go. Is that the board comfortable with that? Keep the language in there as it is right now, and then wait for Director Hafley to check.
So it will need to be added then?
Oh, add that language. Okay, sorry, it's not there in the original draft. So add that language which Director Nelson proposed, which is talking about providing accommodations. And then the rest of it, we were able to get the board will on it. So just to summarize, the parental notification, parental consent, adding a sentence at the very end of the document that talks about if this is found unconstitutional, then the policy gets voided. We said the first paragraph stays in place with the addition of gender identity in front of gender and a reference to the policy itself in there. The two such requests, we strike it out. That's what we talked about out there. And then
Is considered discriminatory.
yeah, discriminatory, that not considered is discriminatory under Colorado law, remove considered. And the last thing was this language proposal about compelled speech, added in there, but that's the only thing, and I just want to make it to the board clear, that's the only thing that is up for discussion at when it comes as a non-action item. Now, board members can change their mind based on feedback that we get from the community or public comments or emails. And if that's so, we can consider it. But this will come as non-action at the next board meeting or whenever it is ready. Director Hart.
I had some other comments.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. There's a comment here, it's in the green. This procedure must be consistent with other student request protocols throughout the district and require parental consent. What are other student request protocols?
This is the kind of stuff I was saying earlier. You request to take medicine, there's a parental release form. You request to go on a field trip, there's a release form. You request to watch a video, there's a release form. I don't know the operational details of when exactly that ties in. This was my request to tell staff, hey, don't reinvent the wheel here.
Okay. My other concern is that it's gonna be grammatical, and I can forward those to you, Greg, if that's all right, because we're talking about the board directing the superintendent to establish procedures, and then it starts with this procedure, so that's one thing. The first line that struck out, students will not be required to provide proof of a legal name change. That entire sentence, I would prefer to keep in. I think it makes it very clear that they don't have to provide proof of a name change to select a chosen or preferred name.
Can you provide more context on that?
It's in the section, are you asking for where it is?
Yeah, where is it?
I'm just wondering.
Where is it?
It's sort of, so if you look in the middle there, it's like the first middle, or
It's the first big
first
pink
big
block.
paragraph,
Okay.
first part where it says, in pink there, students. So, for those who aren't looking at it, students will not be required to provide proof of a legal name change to select a chosen or preferred name for use at school and during extracurricular activities. I think to me, it's very clear that you don't have to provide it, and it's school and extracurricular. So
you wanna leave it in?
I would like to leave it in.
I think that's okay. Is there a reason it would need to?
Okay.
Do you remember why you?
I think I took it out because it didn't seem like it needed to be said. It's straightforwardly true as per the House bill, so.
I read that as like, I don't have to prove that I'm Jason Jorgensen to change my name to whatever else. Is that how I read that?
Like the non-legal name change of use of chosen name, and then an official legal name change on, student records and such, those are two totally different things. That is just straightforwardly the case. So this sentence is kind of just re-emphasizing that. I had taken it out because it didn't seem necessary to say, but if Director Ott is feeling like, no, you gotta emphasize that those are two different procedures, that's fine with me. I don't mind putting it back in.
Maybe you keep it in there and say, after parental consent, students will not be required.
I don't think you need that.
You don't need to, that's already.
I'm fine with adding it back in.
Go ahead, that's fine.
Sounds good. The will of the board is that, so add that sentence that comes, students will not be required to provide proof of legal name change to select a chosen or preferred name for use and during extracurricular activities. Yes, okay.
what to me was the fourth paragraph, it's the next one. Once the district process for a chosen name change request is complete, personnel must strive to use the chosen or preferred name of all students. That's kind of weird, because it's like the word, either all students those words have to come out and say the student, or we go back
It
to.
should say the student, right?
Well, if we're gonna add the first part, I preferred personnel must strive to use the chosen or preferred name of all students. I prefer just that very basic, simple,
Short sentence.
short sentence, yes. And I understand that you might have been trying to say that staff don't have to use the chosen name until after this process is complete, but that does introduce delays, especially if a parent has walked in and told the teacher, this is what my kid is gonna be called. So I think if we can take out that first part that's in green.
There's gotta be a process.
Well, and there is, we've already introduced that.
I think it should happen after the process is complete, so I like that sentence.
I do too.
You can keep the sentence on its own, so just figure out how to make the first sentence in green a complete sentence. And then personnel must strive to use a chosen name or preferred name of all students.
Well, you can't, because personnel must strive to use the chosen or preferred name of all students. You've just created several barriers to that within this very policy. So if I come to my teacher or counselor and say, I want to be Alex, you must strive to use my chosen and preferred name. It's now Alex. But you've just put in all these barriers to that no, now my teacher or principal or counselor or whoever the superintendent and staff set up to be, they have to go through some hoops for me to be able to do that.
Yeah,
Parental
that's why that sentence is
notification,
there.
and I don't know what else it's gonna be. I mean, and what that
Which
delay
is
is
what
gonna
this
be.
policy is saying, right?
why
I
the
mean, we
sentence is
want
there.
parental notification and consent
Right.
before a student is to be addressed by their chosen.
Yes.
So that's,
If you just change it to the student, then it makes sense to keep that.
Great.
I
okay,
don't
then
agree with
change
it.
it to the student.
Okay.
Is the board comfortable with changing personnel must strive to use the chosen or preferred name of the student?
Of the student.
Okay,
All right.
great.
I
Okay.
don't agree, but, all right, the last, let's see. I understand that the district reserves the right to deny the name request if it's vulgar, offensive, etc. That's fair. But it reserves the right to deny the chosen name request if the procedure has not been followed properly or in good faith. Well, I wouldn't want to be the one having to judge what's good faith or not. But if it hasn't been followed properly, I mean, did they miss a deadline? That to me is also not necessary.
I'm assuming that's referring to the parent consent piece.
Yeah, the student
That's not what
forged
it
the,
says.
student forged the
That's
parent
part of-
consent or something like that, that would be not in good faith.
That's part of the procedure.
Can we just take it out and let that be operational? I can't, again, the district is going to deny a family making up their mind about their children's identity.
That's not what that says.
Oh, it says that to me. It says to me that just because you didn't, dot your i's and cross your t's, we're not going to give you the honor of calling you by the name that your child wants or needs to be called.
You're conflating like the language.
Think so?
That's- Yeah.
The same as with when you register a student for school. I need your driver's license still, Sandra, to have on file for your student. I can't open a Roth IRA for a client until all my I's are dotted and all my T's are crossed, so.
This is a non-legal name change. This is not anything else.
But we're providing the governance on how we want to keep parents in the loop. And so if there's ways for the student to circumvent the procedure or not do it in good faith by, I shared the story before. I really wanted to go on a third grade field trip and I forged my parents' signature. That's not in good faith. I got busted, big trouble. I never did it again. this is what that's talking about.
I think this is a bad idea personally.
You added the language, Dr. Kevin, any thoughts?
I think it was kind of in mind, the stuff that Jason just brought up of like students forging signatures, but I'm gonna punt this back to Mike. I had put that in there in order to kind of help staff. If you don't feel like we need it on the operational side, I'm okay with getting rid of it.
I think always the leaner and the simpler the intent of the policy, the more it gives my team the ability to make sure that we cross Ts and dot Is. And that if we were to come in with a recommendation to not honor, we would then bring in a body of evidence of somebody forged a signature or somebody's catching me on a hyphen or something like that. So I think especially at a non-action and action items next, maybe there's an off work session conversation between, it seems as if Dr. Carey is kind of the editor with Dr. X, and then that comes for non-action for the board to review and say, oh, is that lean or does it meet the intent? Because right now we're arguing over single sentences when we have very clear direction from the board on parental notification and parental consent. That should now be as short as a policy as no cell phones in schools during that instructional time, of which we then operationalized.
Okay, one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
So under the
So
last,
remove that language, is that what, we got that?
I think you'll take it offline with Dr. X and see
Take it
if
under
we
advisement.
believe that's a detail needed or not, and we'll come with new changes or new updates when it comes in non-action with a red line version for the board to be able to see, which will be posted by Friday.
Okay. Go ahead, Director.
just in the last paragraph there, the second sentence, so it's kind of, anyway. Students or parents who wish to alter the student's name or gender must follow the process outlined in board policy. Again, if we could just put the policy reference in there, that will help people, because not everybody realizes, again, that it's gonna be on the second side of the page. And we have the policy.
This is for official name change.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Can you put the whole policy alphabet in there?
Sounds good.
Is that good? Okay, are we good with the rest of it? Okay.
I have a question for my own information. When we're talking about changing like a gender in official records, do we still specify sex? And I'm thinking in terms of medical, like staff needing to know
Sex assigned at birth.
if someone is starting their menstrual cycle. Like, do we still identify that in our official records? Because the school nurse might need to know that.
Once the legal name change is made?
Yeah.
Or once the legal it's done
Yeah, because it
legally?
talks about gender, but do
That-
we
I
still,
would have to look into that.
because we need to maintain
I
that.
would have to get, I'd have
No,
to
we
circle
don't.
back with you on that, because I don't know.
Okay,
I think I would make a recommendation of the board to reach out to CASB and understand how the state wants us to navigate this very unknown time period in between rapidly changing, because some of that reference from Director Nelson is the federal government has now established that for federal applications, there is no longer a gender identification, there is only a sex identification, of which there
Oh,
can
no, I
only be.
wasn't referencing federal anything. I was thinking in terms of a kid comes in with stomach ache and, oh, that's cramps because, but if we don't know that, we just need to help our staff know
Okay.
how to support our students.
okay, so this will come as a non-action item with all the discussions captured in there. And we summarized all that and then we will move on from there, okay? Thank you for that robust discussion on this. I know this is a pretty sensitive topic for several of our staff, students, and parents as well. So, moving on to the next item on the agenda. It is the Summer Bridge 2025, the proposal that is coming in front of the board. Superintendent Gall, I will defer to you first to set the context.
Yeah, happy to bring in Chief Ottmer, our area superintendent, Sarah Scott, and Jennifer Chappell to lead this conversation. This will be the third summer bridge since my arrival. Our goal now, the first stage setter is ESSER funding is over. ESSER funding is what allowed us to do many things differently during what I'll call the COVID and post-COVID era for Summer Bridge that we had not been doing pre-COVID. So I do want to set that stage a little bit. I'll also say that we overbuilt Summer Bridge the two first previous years, of which we did not get that return demand signal from our community. And so we have a smaller proposal here that will service the same number of children, but in a way that we believe matches a much different fiscal position, not because the district isn't in a good fiscal position to support Summer Bridge, but because the ESSER grant has ended. So I think it has to be clearly communicated. This is not a district changing its view on the importance of summer school. This is a fundamental difference in how much money we are given to be able to do this type of work. Over to Chief Otman.
Absolutely. So as ESSER funding sunsetted last year and we talked about where those pieces would move forward, we knew that this needed to come to the design lab because the budget would be significantly less moving forward in a sustainable way than it was when we had those ESSER dollars pumped in. So we took this to the design lab. We again started with the board priorities in the design lab, and that improved student outcome was the basic place that we started from, knowing that we wanted to target attendance for specific students to the calendar conversation we had earlier. Those that are striving to be at grade level still, we want more opportunity to be in front of teachers and in a classroom to have that extended learning throughout the summer in order to try to close those gaps in their achievement. So we started with this opportunity statement in the design lab. How can we develop learning that's both joyful and relevant and really improve in literacy while developing agency? You've heard a lot about agency. That term in District 11 really means that we're putting students in the driver's seat in their learning more often than not, so that they're not just sitting passively and absorbing information, but they're active participants in their learning. We want literacy-rich experiences that are grounded in data-driven decisions that are through invites and instruction. So we would look at data, both fall to mid-year and then mid-year to spring data, making sure that we target those invites to our students and also really invite teachers into this space too. If you are making a difference for MGPs throughout the school year, we want you to come teach in Summer Bridge and continue to build on that difference that you're making for students. Student agency, instructional practices that promote that, really making sure that our teachers have multiple opportunities to help students get into the learning space, get invested in the learning, and not just sit back passively in the classroom and be absorbers of the information, but be participants and build their thinking. We needed to think about new program features. So budget, we know that ESSER funds pumped in made about 5 times the budget that we want to use this year. So obviously that's going to impact and change the programming. Locations were multiple locations when we went to ESSER funding. We were able to put them all across the district. We will need to truncate that program and collapse it into less schools in order to keep the budget tighter. So we'll talk a little bit about that tonight. And then again, that targeted invite to students is really critical to us to make sure we have the learners in the spaces where they can continue to grow over the summer. So we don't see that summer slide, but even more than that, we have a goal to see increased MGPs from spring data to fall data for the students who attend Summer Bridge programming.
So as Nicole said, our goal is to ensure that learning carries across the year. In the past 2 years, we haven't seen statistically significant results in the pre and post model of assessing during Summer Bridge. So we will be tracking student data from spring STAR assessment to fall STAR assessment, with the goal being greater than 55 student growth percentiles. We will use the DIBELS data to have teachers be able to really target specific skills to work on in the skill-based instruction components of Summer Bridge. And we are looking at ways to ensure that students are really applying their learning during the experience of Summer Bridge. So looking at curriculum-based assessments and really focusing on high leverage standards that will help kids transfer from one place to the next. So again, really working to ensure that Summer Bridge structures support the board priorities. The student experience is focused heavily in literacy with some application and some skill-based instruction in math as well. We want the experience of our students to really support the improved student outcomes. So looking at that student experience, targeting the looking at targeted data, so targeting the invitations of who will attend, and then tracking their progress across the school year as well. And then building a literacy-rich community through partnerships, so focusing on peak experiences, supporting our teacher cadets to have greater experiences in the Summer Bridge experience, and then field trips and guest speakers as well.
So ensuring increased student agency was really at the center of our redesign and our reimagining of Summer Bridge. So thinking about those board priorities of increased investment and engagement, both for our students, but also from our families that we kind of learned from our empathy interviews, while still ensuring those student outcomes. This really involves like our learners being able to reignite their passion for learning and their engagement in the Summer Bridge program through agency-rich learning experiences, research-based, problem-based centered learning, relevant, timely, authentic experiences, and rigorous tasks that support active learning and shift the cognitive lift to our students. Really, we were also focused on community-connected learning, which is another essential component of our redesign, where we would leverage community partnerships to provide those learning experiences that are engaging and exciting while still offering rich, rigorous learning opportunities and peak experiences. In terms of program features in our redesign, Ms. Ottmer spoke to this, intended to really maximize resources where we will have one K-8 site per quadrant. Transportation will be provided to and from each site. The program will run for 4 weeks from June 2nd to June 27th. That's still tentative. Class sizes will be between 20 and 22 ideally, and have the potential for opportunities for co-teaching and mentorship with our teacher cadets and potentially our alternative licensure teachers.
Before we go into those next steps of selecting sites, there's a couple factors that we're still considering in the design process. One of those is we originally imagined one site per area network, but depending on where we select the sites, there is potential to have only 3 K-8 sites and then use the remaining budget that we would save from having a 4th site to bring in high school into this, because so far you haven't heard what's happening with high school. We know that high school typically stays in a credit recovery place in the summer, and we did not engage in a redesign of that this year. But in order to keep it in our budget, which we have set aside $1 million right now to fund Summer Bridge programming, but what we would need from the board in order to dedicate that funding to Summer Bridge is a contingency approval, which we could bring to you at a meeting where you could make the vote on that. The dollars have been set aside and held in order to fund this programming if that's the board's will. If we move to 3 K-8 sites and really strategically place those between the west, probably the central southeast area, and then the northeast in a way where we could use a hub and spoke model for transportation, then we could reutilize the dollars that are left inside that $1 million allocation to fund that high school credit recovery, which would be in a centralized location. So there would be one hub for all of the high school credit recovery that would happen. We anticipate being able to serve between 1,200 and 1,400 students in this model in that K-8 range. I did add a couple appendix slides that we will post later, but I wanted you to see a comparison of direct numbers to pieces you already saw from Brenda Duran earlier in the year for what happened in both Summer Bridge in 2024 and Summer Bridge in 2023. So again, this is some of a repeat from the last slide, 1,200 to 1,400 students, so about 350 per site. If we were to truncate to only 3 sites, what we could do is increase that number to 400 as long as we selected a site that would be able to do that, and then we could still stay in that 1,200 range for students. And here is the data that was presented to you from Mr. Rand previously to show you what we were able to do when we had the influx of ESSER funded funds, which we know have sunsetted. We were able to expand the program in these ways, and so you can see that elementary and middle school attendance, we're still able to keep that at about the same number of students, but bring it into less sites and save on budget that way. Additionally, there were other program expenses that went up during ESSER funding that now we would not pay at the same rate. For example, we had an MOU in place when we had the ESSER funding that paid teachers at a different rate than we would in a sustainable system because we don't have the influx of those dollars to maintain the rates we were using at that time. With that, I think we're ready for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Bankus.
So I'm sure you've already done the data search for the locations for the 3 sites that would bring in the highest enrollment or make it possible for kids to attend.
We did an initial dive into that. There's also deeper dives that we need to do based on that hub and spoke model with transportation, and deciding if we're going to go to 3 or 4 would significantly change that location so that you can centralize all of the transportation. Also, we need to check with our capital team on what's happening in specific schools. That's something we always do as we do summer bridge programming to make sure enough of the building space is available to run the programming. We will take a lot more time to do that as soon as we know the funding is available to make this happen.
Are you thinking in terms of using a centrally located high school point, or are you looking at
Yes.
Tesla?
Yeah, so I wouldn't commit to Wasson, but it is the most central location for us to be able to deliver credit recovery in that sense.
Is there bus routes that will allow students who don't drive or can't drive?
There is a couple of conversations that are ongoing right now. Transportation and personnel are the highest costs in this type of structure. It's not the use of the facility. We would have to come to a recommendation in the budget transfer to the board on where we think the roles of the district start and stop on transportation.
I'm talking about public transportation.
There is certainly down Constitution, many opportunities for public transportation. I would not say that's the most convenient. The most convenient for our city is in the Palmer area. And so we could certainly take that into consideration as well.
Okay, thank you.
And the original 4 sites was built off of the 4-area superintendent model. The question that we're having now is, are families really worried about their vertical continuum for summer school, or are they just worried about a summer bridge opportunity? And could we use some of the bigger buildings? Because again, if you can get consolidation of effort in there, you get a lot more bang for your buck, and then save the one school to be able to help support a high school initiative for credit recovery. Still at about the same cost, that was where we're at.
Yeah.
As you, the only feedback that I would give in this discussion, you mentioned Wasson might be the central location. Since this is in the middle of summer, you may want to take into consideration the heating ventilation.
That's right. There's a lot of things for us still to consider. We're looking for an initial vector from the board, of which we'll then come back with recommendations.
Dr. Nelson.
So I think it sounds like you're looking for whether we support implementing Summer Bridge this summer. I support it. Is it going to be non-recurring dollars, I assume? Okay.
Yes, correct.
And then something I've been thinking about even before our conversation earlier, you said that we start notifying families in March of that this child may need to enter into Summer Bridge. Is it possible to move that even into January so that it could be more of like a preventative? like your child is headed towards needing summer bridge, so then you have a whole semester for them to course correct. And like that parent to really understand much earlier on that their kid is behind. And so I'm just putting that out there of if we could also use it as preventative measures.
Yeah, we're certainly still thinking about the messaging. Last year, we tried to be hyper-specific on the messaging about learning objectives and where kids' distance were from them, and that, did not land. Parents were not responsive to, oh my gosh, look where my student is in relationship to their peer group. There are many different anecdotes, but families that are looking for a place for their child to have productive 4 weeks over the summer are our number one grabs for Summer Bridge. It is not needs-based by attendance. It was needs-based by invitation last year, but to even get to that 1168 and 259, that was then another swing around of, don't forget, Summer Bridge is open, and we got a real late surge. We initially went after double the numbers, because again, we're at a third of our kids in math and 40% of our kids in English at grade level. So we had built a double the size system, thinking that the response of your child is not meeting an expectation, here's an opportunity, and the answer was, we'll see you in August.
Yeah.
For also a variety of different reasons. So there's room for us to grow on that both ways. But how we start talking about students' progression now several years post-COVID on where they are competing, even the NAEP article that was ran nationally says that most school systems are barely getting back to their pre-COVID number. That's a tragedy for a generation that we have to figure out.
And I want to clarify too that often teachers are already talking to parents about opportunities through the MTSS process, like Area Superintendent Sarah Scott mentioned earlier tonight. It's that the specific details for Summer Bridge are usually known by March. We've hired our principals, we know what sites it's going to be at, we can give you transportation details. So it might be a conversation, hey, Summer Bridge should be an option, and there's these other options as well. And then as we get the tighter details, we communicate those more deeply and more frequently as they're all known.
Okay. When we are looking at the data, the slide where you mentioned that we're gonna look from spring to fall and that student growth percentile hitting above 55, yeah, that one. I'll be super interested to see that data because I know with ESSER we were sort of able to pilot this and test drive it, and it just feels like we're still wanting to go there.
We still want traction in it, it's just not getting traction.
Yeah, so it'll just be good to have another data point, another year of trying it, and then just helping us to know should we continue in future years. But when you just shared that the demographic of the students isn't even necessarily the ones that are behind, we need to see that data broken apart to know, like, because the purpose of this is to catch kids up. So I want to know, are we actually catching those kids up? And so if you could separate out that data.
Dr. K's not here to answer this, but anecdotally over the last 2 years, we certainly saw that children that attend Summer Bridge do not suffer the same summer loss as other children. Where we're still struggling as a system is Summer Bridge is a passive experience. We are due to get to the board in the next couple of weeks a middle school grading standard policy recommendation. But if we want to get to the place of targeting very specifically third grade read act scores, and how do we build an entire Summer Bridge around ensuring that second graders or even first graders that are identified of not being there and or third graders that didn't meet it, that's going to require much different policy that you're not moving on to the next grade until you do this. And that's what happens in high school, right? Credit recovery. And when you talk to the students that are in credit recovery, again, a myriad of different reasons of why they're all there, but they all know very clearly, I got to pay attention for these 2 weeks and I got to pass that test at the end, or I'm not going to get this credit. And so all those failures that have happened for them in the past to get to that place, they get right to it after that. And we're just not really there at elementary school. And I think this board is probably going to ask us on what that recommendation is. Because $1 million is $1 million, and it's great. Every kid that shows up, we love to have them. It's just sad that the kid that we really needed is at most risk of falling even further behind. Every 1 year lost or every summer lost is one that we really struggle to make up.
I think we'll have to ask ourselves, is Summer Bridge about catching kids up, or is it about just helping maintain as many as we can to not have that loss? And so then that will help us discern, is it worth the cost? If we're not getting the kids we actually want, do we want to continue? And so we'll have to weigh that. The other thing I had this written down. We're like in sync, because you said something earlier tonight that I was planning to say. So just policy around, for the board to consider, and at your recommendation, you've mentioned, the board maybe taking a stand and saying policy-wise, we will mandate Summer Bridge if you are not on track. If that is something you see would be beneficial, I would be very interested in hearing that and maybe having that conversation. And then specifically K through 3, I've been thinking about last week when we did that mid-year data update, and my question of, are the kids that are on track last year the same kids that are on track this year? And it sounded like yes. Essentially, if you can get a kid on grade level, they're pretty much gonna stay there. So maybe we need to take a strategy of, we're gonna go all in on K through 3, get those kids on grade level, and put in policy that you are gonna repeat a grade if you're really far behind, because we know we're not gonna be able to catch you up later. And
Sounds
so
like what Director Loma mentioned a few years ago.
I know. So I just would put it out there that I don't know when we have that conversation, if it's right now or just we think about
We're happy to bring that back as a decision point. If you all are still towards the $1 million, and we'll get that budget transfer, but before we get to communicating to families, I do think we need to clear that up on, are we going for, we'll love to have you, or you gotta be there. I think that's a big decision point for us as a district. It is not generally accepted anymore that you have to be there. It seems as if education policy has shifted away from that, yet nobody has closed the gap, particularly after you fail to meet third grade READ Act mandates. And we send an executive summary to the state, but there's no recourse to that executive summary. We send it in, and I love the fact that we get money to try it again next year, but there's no remediation for the kids that don't meet in third grade. And every year that we go beyond that is exponentially harder. It's not a linear relationship. It becomes exponentially more difficult.
Okay, that's all I have.
Dr. Jurgensen.
I should have written it down. I apologize. It has completely left me after a long day. Sorry.
What is that?
He forgot.
Oh,
Okay.
somebody else will come back to him. Come back to him when you're ready.
I'll give you at least 3
Thank
things
you.
in between for you to think of it. I'm concerned that we have effective interventions for our middle school students and high school students. So if they come, well, just in general in school, if they can't read by the time they get out of third grade, go on to fourth, and that just continues, do we have effective interventions, and will any of them be used here?
That's actually in progress in the design lab right now. Doherty came to us wanting to redesign their intervention suite that they use. And so Jennifer Chappell's leading that work right now. That is one of the questions, but also the investment in tier 1 instruction first is really essential, because then we would have less intervention to do on the other side of it. So it's kind of a yes and. We need to be doing both and doing both better.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I absolutely understand tier 1, but if you're already blasted past that and you are, well, when I sat on the SAC of Coronado and we had one student that got an F in every class, we have to ask ourselves, what are we doing truly to turn that child around? There's a reason they're getting Fs, and it's probably that they can't read. So when do we teach them try again and try again? And not to take away from interesting and exciting extracurriculars, ideally. Maybe that's what Summer Bridge can also offer, is come and go on these amazing peak experiences, and you're learning to read because they'll be even better if you know how. I'll do that too. Breakfast and lunch, if that was in there, I'm sorry I missed it.
Food and nutrition services will be part of this, yes.
For both.
Yes.
Okay, and when you're choosing schools, I always think about kids going back to elementary school, and I've heard from people like, if they're a middle school student, they don't want to go back to elementary school for a program. So you're not going to send them there, I hope.
We'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, the biggest miss the last 2 years was middle school. There's a steady demand of parents who want their kids to engage in summer bridge. And as I said earlier, even if it's not by direct intervention or remediation, those kids benefit from lack of summer loss. There's a real need at high school because that graduation requirement starts to stare people in the face and they get kind of the, what were you doing, finger point from their parents, and they show up. But middle school has been a real miss. And I think that's why we committed to the board of some policy adjustment on a grading standard for middle school, because the anecdote from both parents and students was, what does it matter? If I get all Fs in 6th grade, I go to 7th grade, and then I eventually make my way to 9th grade. So at high school, there's an accountability part, and in elementary school, there's both a need and it's not seen as a bad place to be because they are fun and exciting, but that middle school part has been hard. We'll definitely look at it. I think our first restriction will be schools that are big enough and air conditioned enough that don't have a capital project inbound to be able to handle that. But I believe like last year we had Edison at Taylor. Like that's not going to happen this year. We're not going to take the 250 kid school and combine 2 locations into one small location. We're going to have to be in the McCulloughs, and we're going to have to be in the either the Freedom Scots or Martinez is up on the northeast, and we're probably going to have to be Bristol or Bristol's pretty big, 350 kids ish on the west side, or maybe the west campus. But then we have to deal with some of the air conditioning.
Oh, or you can be at Jenkins.
That's not funny.
Yeah, not funny. Did you have 2
Too
more
soon.
points?
Too soon.
Three.
Okay. I just a fun point with the calendar review earlier. I think the spring conferences for next summer bridge would be a great point to go. You know, get your kid in summer bridge.
Absolutely.
That was all I had.
Dedicated.
Just a real quick point, I just want to, can you actually go forward, I think 2 slides? I'm tracking, yes, very good. I just want to tag off of Director Ott's point about effective interventions. I really like all the stuff you said about student agency, and we want the students in the driver's seat and we want them taking some ownership. This is just a suggestion. One thing you could consider doing in Summer Bridge is trying out some new ideas with respect to what are some, new practices we can use to get content to our most struggling learners. What are some strategies teachers can be using in the classroom? I just know this as a teacher myself. If you go ask a teacher, hey, do you have any ideas on how you could be teaching better? They're going to give you a ton. I wonder if this is a place where you could try some things out that you could then, take some, okay, we tried this didn't land, this seemed to be a really good way to hit this content. I wonder if this is a place where you could kind of workshop some of those things and then bring that into the regular school year. And maybe it's a bad fit for that, but I thought I'd make
it's already how it works over the last 2 summers. I mean, I know Sarah's sitting here as a former principal, now as an area superintendent. That's exactly what we do every summer, and usually the class sizes are smaller. We've had very strong building leaders volunteer to lead during Summer Bridge, and they've been able to really drive, and that's actually how agency has really kind of blown up, is because over the summer, we saw that by using these agency techniques, kids were actually making up a lot of ground because they were that much more invested. So we also, it's hidden on one of the other slides, last year we were a little late to game with the contracts on it, but we also want to use it as kind of an OJT for our new teacher orientation. We'll pay for those days, but we were going to have 4 weeks of Summer Bridge. We'll have 2 2-week cycles. If you're hired in April or May, then we want you to join us for one of those 2-week periods in June, such that your first day with students isn't the first day of school. And then that'll help you see, it might be a different building, might be a different co-teacher that you're with, but a nice way to kind of see what it means to be in D11.
And to the intervention point in Summer Bridge too, we're constantly checking the 3 pieces of frequency, intensity, and duration in our interventions to ensure that we've got the right teaching in front of students. Is the frequency adjusted correctly? Is the intensity there? And is the duration appropriate to see if the intervention is taking shape? If it's not, then we pivot and use different instructional strategies where needed.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board at this time? Okay, so this is a $1 million request that will come as a contingency transfer in front
I'd
of the
like to
board.
bring it February 5th because our next steps are getting the building leaders hired, getting the hubs figured out, which we need to know the schools for that, so we have a lot of work to do. We are already getting emails in our inbox right now, which is a wonderful thing, from teachers saying, I've taught Summer Bridge several summers, I wanna come back, what's going on?
So it'll come straight to action, is that
We'll
right?
come straight to action.
For the contingency, and then we'll come back by the last week in February with our final plan. So it's clear to the board and clear to the community what our plan is.
Okay, so thank you. Just as a point of reference to the community that's watching, the only reason I mentioned Jenkins was I fully expect work to be happening at Jenkins, facilities work in the middle of summer, and so that the school is in some capacity ready to open in August. So with that, moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is going to be the Palmer High School renovation community engagement update. And I think Dr. Weiss is going to be joining us, and Mr. Abernathy is also here.
Yeah, I'll just, as they make their way over, it's a continuing exciting time for the Palmer community and what it represents for all of District 11. These plans take a long time. I certainly appreciate the very thoughtful way that the steering committee has engaged with the community, and I think we're over the why do you want to do something to our historic building, and we're into the space now of we have some great ideas of what you can do for our historic building. Is the video going to show here at all?
I think so, yeah.
Cool. That's probably a great way to start. And so we had a meeting last night, an engagement with the community last night that was well received. And these are regular updates that we've been giving to our community. We bring them into the work session, not to duplicate that that communication, but so that those who aren't a part of that smaller Palmer piece are abreast of the doings of the district. Dr. Wise?
Good evening, board. Thanks for having us. Thank you. Several of you were present last night, and I hope you saw the warm reception this was met with. So I look forward to sharing it with the rest of you. I also want to note for the community that this presentation is already up on the Palmer Renovation website. So if anyone missed it, the presentation is there, as well as tomorrow morning there should be a recording of last night's meeting. So if you're looking for different ways to see or engage, that's all available. And I'm going to let Mr. Abernathy kick us off.
I don't know if I have anything to say other than I think it was, one, we had great turnout last night. Two, I think we got really good feedback, and I think most of it was positive. There's a few key items that the community identified that we're going to continue to pursue and address as we move forward through this process. But I think what's in the presentation is probably a good place to start, unless there's questions.
No, I will jump in and add a comment on what I noticed yesterday in that community engagement meeting, and I've been coming to other community engagement meeting. First, it was well attended. I counted maybe 60, 70 people in that room, really well attended. There were a lot of Palmer students in there as well, Palmer staff members in there, retired. And the tone and the tenor of the conversation at that meeting was so much more, inclusive and wanting to accepting of what is happening at Palmer. When you backtrack 6 months back, it was all like, I don't want any change. I'm, like my locker, preserve my locker out there, or all those things. But now, when this vision is presented out there, there is a lot of excitement out there. I noticed that still members in the community had questions, but the tone and the tenor was much different than what it was 6 months back. And that is due to the effort of you and your team, so.
And so this was just a highlight of what we covered as from an agenda standpoint. I'm not gonna go through all of them, and we'll probably skip forward quickly through some of these things because we've covered a lot of these items. We did recap a lot of the discussions to date. Tom is here, who's part of the steering committee, was on the trip with us, and he can weigh in also with commentary. It has to parse comment. It has taken time to build trust with the community, with the school and with the students, and we've been consistent both in our communication strategies and the information that we've shared with them. And I'm hopeful that that's what we're seeing in those community meetings, is that we built that trust. It's not if this is gonna happen, it's how is it gonna happen now, to your point, Parth. So just a recap of the schedule, where we're at in the process. We're starting to wrap up the master plan process based on the feedback that we got last night. We're moving into schematic design. The goal is still to start some construction this summer. It may be enabling work, it may be asbestos abatement, it may be a utility reconfiguration that we need to do. We're committed to not impact students any more than we need to in the fall. We'll start those discussions now that we have a more sound understanding of the master plan concept. We'll start to have those discussions with Jen, Krista, and the Adolphson and Peterson team as we move forward. So vision, we're gonna skip through this. We spent time talking, just reaffirming these items with the community, and talking about the significance of General Palmer and those initial cornerstone elements that were established by Palmer and the community. We also reinforced the discussion about, or not discussion, reinforced the idea about the IB program at Palmer High School, that it's gonna continue to be a keystone to the approach that we're taking. Community engagement continues to be a focus, as you all know. We continue to demonstrate that. We also talked about arts and cultural enrichment. There is a population at the school that is very focused on that. We continue to pay attention to that group, and it's gonna be a significant part of the final design solution. Athletics is also a passion point for both the community and for the alumni and the school, and we're gonna continue to talk about that. Of course, we're gonna continue to focus on the history and tradition and move that forward. And so we recap that, and now Jessica's gonna step in.
Sure. You've heard a lot of this before. There's not a ton of new information, except for that we've just kept going. This has truly been the most robust community engagement program that I've been part of. And we're proud of that. And I think, as Director Malpacum said, it's paid dividends in how we've seen the tenor of conversations change. And that's an important lesson learned for the district, and how we do these things going forward, I think. So these are just some of the touch points. Melissa, if you could go forward another slide. The biggest updates are the fact that Doug and Jennifer and I spent a lot of our holidays in meetings about this project. So December and January were not quiet months for us. We were spending a lot of that time where people's schedules are kind of dwindling and taking advantage of it to get meetings on the books, to start exploring primarily partnership opportunities at Palmer. When I use partnership, I use it in the broadest sense of the term, because these all take very different shapes and sizes. Some of these entities you've seen named before, like the YMCA, where we've talked about potential partnership that's really facilities sharing. New partners that you may not have seen before, we've started conversations with the Colorado Springs Conservatory. They're currently looking for performance space. They're an educational institution. It seems like there's a lot of collaboration that could benefit Palmer students. All of our conversations have been start with the advantage to the students and then move from there. So that's an organization we've started talking to. New Life Church, it's a very different kind of partnership. They've been renting Palmer every single Sunday for 13 years, and they bring about almost 1,000 people into that building every Sunday. It's a substantial rental that is beneficial to Palmer, so we need to explore what that looks like going forward. And then we've also talked about early childhood. So we've looked at infant toddler care What would that do for the District 11 community downtown? Would that be a benefit? Would that be a benefit to Palmer's workforce programs? Things like that. We have a great early childhood relationship with Colorado College already at Palmer, so could we expand on that? We have also had conversations with city officials. As you've seen in some sketches, and you're going to see tonight, we continue to explore this idea of closing Boulder Street. That requires a strong partnership with the city. So we've had some of those conversations as well. Others, downtown partnership, the Fine Arts Center, some are more programmatic rather than actual space. So those are the conversations we've had. Absolutely nothing is inked or set in stone at this point. We're just trying to figure out what is the best opportunity for this school community going forward, and we don't want to close ourselves off to what potential. All right.
So as we continue those conversations, there's a timeline here, and we're starting to integrate all of those things, or all of those programmatic concerns, and even some of just the usage in our discussions for the master plan and as it evolved. And so we'll back up a little bit, but as we move forward here through the master plan process, we'll recap what we've done. And so I don't know, going forward. So the three concepts that we showed early on in October of last year, we showed three concepts. The rectangles that you see are the key elements through both the surveys, the interaction with the community, and even interaction with students that were the primary elements that everyone identified that they liked about it. So it was the heart of the school and the four-season center heart of the school in concept 1. It was the closure of Boulder and the connected campus in concept 2. And then it was also about athletic fields and how do we maximize the use of the site. And so they identified this small multi-purpose field that we had identified in concepts 3 as something that would be a benefit to both students and staff and to the community at large. And so we revised that when we went to December, and we showed a couple of sketches where we showed a couple of options on how we would cross Boulder, whether it was with a bridge or whether it was closure of the street. The heart again showed up, the four-season heart showed up, and in the next option you see the closure of Boulder. As we move forward, we stepped back and really sort of gave the foundational information back to the community about the property that the district owns. You can move forward. The key aspects of that, we talked about the primary streets. We also identified bus and parking drop-off as where it occurs right now and how that'll inform the solution. We talked about pedestrian circulation on the site and also the connection to Earps Field. And then ultimately, how does that begin to inform a solution? So if we step back and we look at the consolidated 2 blocks of it, where can we put athletic fields? Where appropriate would be an athletic addition? How does that relate to fields? And then where would an academic addition occur on the site to connect to the 39 building and also connect the heart to the building? So these program elements start to arrange themselves on the site based on the relationships functionally between those objects. And so again, we have a limited amount of area on 2 blocks. And so how are we going to organize those things so that we can create a high-performing learning environment for students? And so as you move forward, one of the things that we gain by having this consolidated condition is that we don't have as much traffic down to the Earps Field anymore because all of the PE, all of the fitness, all of the life sciences, health sciences, and the academics all occur on 1 block. So we only have a couple of primary locations. So where we have somebody that maybe is walking around with a trench coat and closes the campus down, and we have kids in Earps Field for a few hours, we wouldn't have that option. We wouldn't have that concern anymore because they'd all be on this consolidated campus. We still honor the entry points of the front 9, and then we create a couple other entry points to the site. So as we close Boulder, we have those blue triangles that are actually talking about where we can access the site. So if parent drop-offs on Weber, and they can enter the building in the midpoint, or they can go into the middle of the site and go to the courtyard. You can go in the front 9 if the buses are along Nevada. We can activate the front 9 by having students on both sides and have an activity. And actually we can distribute the circulation around the site better and improve safety and security by doing this. So as we move forward, we also gives us an opportunity to start taking advantage of views and connection to Pikes Peak and the Front Range as we do this. So the master plan concept that we presented to the community really shows this consolidated campus. And the tour that we took, the discussions that we've had as a team, we saw some of these more urban high schools when we were in Washington, D.C. There's a possibility here. We started to explore it, and it really starts to work appropriately on the site. And so you can see all of those elements come together, just like the diagram previously. And then, of course, the field, the athletics, the academics, the preservation of the 1939 building that's so important to the community, and the front 9 is maintained. This is a large building on 2 sites, but we can fit all of the 270,000 square feet of program that's in the Palmer program onto this site, along with a track and a football field. So great opportunity. First phase is always what everyone wants to talk about. Well, like the board has talked about, the focus is on spending dollars as close to students as we possibly can. And so the first phase really focuses on the 1939 building, the academic portions of that, and then the closure of Boulder Street to improve safety and security around that site. And so we can honor sort of what we've heard from the community through this process, and then we can also create a new community asset. So the majority of the 39 building really becomes shared spaces both within the school and then opportunities for shared spaces to connect with the community. The academic portion of this building really happens in a 4-story portion of the building on the east side of the site.
What does ECE stand for?
Early childhood education.
Thank you.
And so there is an opportunity in the 39 building to put some early childhood education onto that first floor and activate that side of the building. So what happens with Earps Field? A quick concept, proof of concept. Yes, full-size CHASA 4A baseball field can fit on there. A softball field, CHASA softball field can fit on this site. The tennis courts, there's got to be concessions and support facilities. But there's also a long-term master plan that was done on Shook's Run to make this connection. There's actually an opportunity, if we flip the baseball and the softball field, that maybe we could work with the city a little bit more to really reinvigorate the Shook's Run connection along there that was part of that master plan. So there's still value, and there's really an opportunity here to complete some of the things that the community talked about from an athletics, practice field, opportunities. We reuse the Earps Field site. There is a video next. I won't.
Let's play the video and then take questions.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm just gonna warn that it's blocking and stacking, because this bugs me every time. I'm gonna correct Doug. So the building is not gonna look like a crazy Tetris fortress. It just looks like that in the video. It will be much prettier.
We've done that intentionally because we want people to understand that all these forms and these shapes are really driven by the program and the educational needs of the building. And so we're showing you sort of the blocking and stacking Tetris so that you can see those program elements actually show up on the site. It goes fairly slow here just because we want you to have a chance to absorb the scale of the building, the 39 building. You can see that the 68 addition to the north on the west, on the north of the west wing there is no longer there in order to accommodate the track and the field. But you can also start to see the scale of the athletic addition. Those 2 orange blocks on the top are actually the gymnasium and the aux gym that are actually on the 3rd level because they actually have to hang out over the top of the edge of the bleachers that would be put in there, the edge of the track. And that this master plan concept actually incorporates the program elements that we've talked about with both the YMCA, the conservatory, some space needs for New Life Church, and it gives us the ability to sort of demonstrate that we can get all of those program areas onto the site.
No sky bridge across there. If you're like already on the 2nd floor or 3rd floor, you
Right.
gotta go down and then come back up.
There's some discussion about that, and it was interesting last night because we heard it both sides. So there were some folks, because of a potential Y partnership, that if something would go on in that building, we had students in that building can be separated and they wouldn't be connected to the academic portion of the building. There were folks on the other side of the equation from Palmer that said, oh yeah, but from the second level, I want to just be able to walk right into the athletic portion of the building. Easily, we can add that. It's really a conversation that we need to have. The corner that you see here, the southeast corner, that is primarily performing arts. And so that is conservatory, that is support of the auditorium that would be renovated. We would actually push that building closer to Platt and to Weber in order to create a gateway to downtown and to celebrate the arts on the corner of that. So we really talk about transparency, putting the arts on display, and really make that connection to downtown in that location. A couple of sketches from Omar, just to think about how do we re-envision the front nine, more transparency, more connection to Pikes Peak, more to Acacia Park. What is the heart of the school? When we were in Washington D.C., we saw these hearts of schools that were very dynamic, multi-level spaces, provided a lot of flexibility for students, interaction. It becomes a community asset that can be used in the evenings and nights, and it really creates more of a 21st century learning environment attached to this 1939 building. The last sketch is sort of looking back to the north. Judy, of course, from the Alumni Association, asked about the bell. Omar was kind enough to oblige us with a sketch from the inside of the heart of the school, showing that connection to the bell and to the courtyard to the north of Palmer High School.
Good job on your timing.
Thank you. That was
that was much faster than last night.
it was really well done, and just this vision building out after the trip that Dr. Pankas and I were lucky enough to go into Washington, D.C. to look at some of those schools. Some of those urban school concepts is built into this. As I was looking at this concept, it was like walking into one of those schools that we were at in Washington, D.C. and coming back. One of the biggest feedback that you got yesterday was about parking. Maybe you can address that.
Yeah, so as we continue to explore opportunities for partnership and as we continue to look at opportunities to maximize the two-block Palmer site, we've actually talked about parking below the athletic portion of the building. So the athletics portion and at least half of the football field of actually having 2 levels of parking below that. That would be more than just a Palmer YMCA use. That would actually be what we're really talking about with Chris Lieber and with Jess, is how does that become more of a community asset? So if you're gonna energize North Tejon more than it is right now, and it becomes more dense over the next 10 to 20 years, then parking resources on North Tejon are gonna be important. Parking resources for CC when they're playing hockey games. It's only 2 blocks from there to get to Robeson Arena. So is there an opportunity to sort of leverage this project to both fulfill the needs of the Palmer and potential partners, but also address other needs for downtown Colorado Springs?
Okay, thank you.
I'll just add quickly to that. I was charmed by how honest our students were last night. They all unilaterally said that they do not trust themselves driving in an underground parking structure, which is one of the options. And I just wasn't expecting that, but that's very incredibly good feedback and something we needed to hear from them.
They don't want to drive under the the Wells Fargo Tower, the Antlers building, and enter that parking structure of all of us that have driven in there, right? Nobody wants to drive in that one, so.
So feedback questions from the board.
Please.
Director Rock.
Oh, I solved that for you already last night as I lay awake. I was like, well, that's teacher parking. Sorry, kids, you don't get to go there.
They have to park on the flat lots in the street, yeah.
I do think it's fair to acknowledge that we don't have a parking solution for the current Palmer.
Right,
That's true. Right, so as people raise parking as an issue, definitely something to consider, but nobody's losing parking. The question is whether or not they're gaining parking.
Correct.
So, I wonder how much that adds to the expense.
Mhm.
I mean, parking garages are humongously expensive, that's my understanding. And then looking far to the north and the city council's decision to have an arena up there, I do wonder about having, the track and athletic field, knowing we have had some issues with neighbors at Wasson. But this looks like a great place for a concert too, outdoors. What about sound and, for that matter, everybody there on the east side of Weber? I can understand how they might be concerned about those huge buildings going up right across the street and casting shadows or something. But mostly sound, and immediately to the north, what are our neighbors gonna think?
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to talk about that. I mean, that's a challenge with every athletic complex next to a high school, right? And are you being a good neighbor? Like, what are those expectations? What time do you sort of need to be quiet? As you live downtown, what goes on at Widener Field? What time does things get quiet, right? Those are discussions that we would have to have with that. With the United Methodist Church across the street on the block to the north, that neighbor has been there for a long time, has been a great partner, right? Their use is very different. To the west, that is mainly commercial. There is some apartments in there, but that use, right, they're used to more of that from downtown. You're right, we need to have those discussions with the folks to the east of us and to the north of us as we continue to move forward.
Yeah, I think the good news is, again, we're talking about a high school using the facility. And so if the community wanted only Saturday games instead of Friday night games, well, we save a lot of money on lights. And if we needed a Friday night game, we go to Gary Berry, where we still have challenging in relationships. But what has been so nice about this process is we are presenting a community solution to a myriad of different community problems. We're not presenting a school solution that we hope the community buys off on. This is a track and field that then becomes open to people that live downtown for them to be able to walk around when there are non-school events there. That doesn't exist right now. You have to run up and down the streets or go down on a trail, and whether or not you can be safe there and other concerns. This has come into a space where a school already exists and has existed for 150 plus years, really without much complaint from the community. So I think if we continue this same thoughtful engagement and approach, we can ensure that people aren't feeling as if this is a loss and they see it as a gain.
I'll also just add that for the closure of Boulder Street, we will have to seek city council's approval on that, which means this will continue to be an incredibly open public process, and that will hopefully invite more conversations with local neighbors. We've been close with Kono so far in our community meetings to try and invite the neighborhood organizations. They all have varying levels of interest, but I anticipate that level of city action would open the door to more discussions with neighbors.
Okay. So since you brought that up, closure of Boulder and city involvement in it, the concept that is presented is closing Boulder. And you've had some preliminary discussions with city officials. Maybe they are optimistic, but still we need to cross several barriers to get to that final thing. Do we have an alternate option if this Boulder Street closure is not going to happen, or is that something that
I think any of the other previous versions are still certainly viable. I think there's a lot of energy around a consolidated campus that works for students, and we're going to go through that process in quick order to see if the city will support that. Again, the thoughtful way that this has been engaged, if that becomes a no-go, we're going to pivot somewhere else, because we have limited time to use these dollars, and we need to get moving. We know people that are running for city council, and maybe that could be helpful to help argue the long-term investment and importance. As somebody that lives downtown, I really wish that Tejon went all the way through to Uinta, but it doesn't. And so I run up Tejon and it stops at Colorado College and then it starts up again. I alternate my running route to accommodate for that change. So I do think that this is something that works really well for the community for a very long time. Again, somebody made a decision a long time ago that Cheyenne Avenue would not continue through that square.
Correct.
For the betterment of students to be able to be in the Colorado Springs High School and then the Palmer High School versions thereafter. So I think as long as we're thoughtful and then the city gets to have that final vote, and if that vote is no, then we pivot.
Okay, any other questions?
What's the timeline for that?
We're gonna continue to engage, and we're actively right now trying to set up a follow-up meeting with the city. And we're actually trying to also meet with the parking enterprise to start those conversations. We expect those conversations to continue next week. And we've had those conversations, as Jess has said, through the holidays, and we continue to have those conversations. And so we will continue to march ahead, and we will set a schedule here very quickly about what do we need to submit, what sort of information do we need in order to move ahead with the closure of Boulder. And we had preliminarily asked for a couple of different scenarios from city officials, like, okay, what is a long-term lease versus a vacation of the right-of-way? And we're gonna continue to move those conversations forward.
3 months, 6 months?
It's a 6 to 9 month process once you submit. But we're gonna continue to have open and transparent conversations with the city officials to understand what concerns they may have and the viability of that as we move forward. But as Superintendent Gall said, we're gonna continue to move forward and we'll pivot if we need to. We can execute this plan without the closure of Boulder, but the separation between the athletics and the YMCA with Boulder staying there, we of course would not be able to do a full-size field anymore, or do a field at all at that point, or we do a small field at that point if we can't use Boulder. It changes the dynamics from a consolidated campus. It changes the dynamics from a safety and security standpoint for both the students and the staff. And so we want to continue to pursue Boulder.
Yeah, I do just remind the board that about 8 weeks ago, maybe it was 6 weeks ago, our partners at CSPD detained a citizen carrying an AK-47 that was loaded with a drum magazine, which is somewhere between 50 and 75 rounds, across the street from the main campus. Everything that we can do to keep our kids within a consolidated footprint of land that we own contiguously protects our students for the long run. Now I am all open campus, lunchtime, that's great. It's an overwhelming experience when the kids come out. The city's ready for it, but just drive to work from downtown at 7:30 in the morning, and there are ants of kids coming up and down from Earps Field only because we offer PE and health sciences down at Earps Field. If those things were offered in a consolidated way, we absolutely reduce our safety risk for students in high school and a downtown campus. Absolutely, 100%. And that issue with the AK-47 was after a series of calls that came in from our community of a different hooded individual that was in and around the area carrying a Razor scooter underneath their hoodie, which looked like it had been a gun. So we are constantly defending the rights of our children to be able to go from one building to another in a space where those student rights kind of stop as soon as they get across Weber Street and start walking their way down. And it doesn't mean I don't want our kids to have a downtown experience. It's wonderful for our kids to have that. But the fact that every day the thing that keeps me awake most is whether or not those kids can be safe and walking a block and a half. If that can be consolidated by asking the city to vacate Boulder Street, that it becomes part of a consolidated campus, I think everybody wins more than anybody loses.
Dr. Nelson.
I appreciate hearing about the trip because we haven't heard about that. I think that work session immediately after ended up being focused more on who we hired to do some of this work and it not being local, or it is local. So I appreciate you guys sort of highlighting some of that because I've been wondering what did you guys get out of that? What did you see? How is that helpful? What do you want to bring here? So if you have more to add, I would love to hear it. And then currently Earps Field is not full size. You said this would be a full size football field?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Think about the field goal that hits the bell. That's the kicker we want.
So I have a question about the money.
No.
Yeah, it's my job. So it sounds like we're focusing on the academic as parts of this plan first, the academic portion of the building. And so, because all of this is not going to work for $100 million.
No.
So are we going to get our academic building and all of that completed for the $100 million? And so then it would be that the athletics piece would have to come later through, I'm guessing, a bond.
Yeah, so right now, the way we show it, because we have community partners that we're accommodating in some of this, so there's additional square footage that we've added to this just to make sure that we can do that and accommodate community partners. That in itself pushes that number larger. So the discussions continue with community partners about bringing capital and participating in this project in order to have better outcomes for the community. We are still early in the process that we're gonna have to evaluate everything that we're sort of considering as part of the master plan. Are there still gonna be hard choices that have to be made with the academic portion of the building? Yeah, more than likely, but the goal is still to accomplish the academics portion of this.
Phase one within the
phase.
original COP is the goal that we continue to march towards.
That's correct. And it's early right now where we haven't, now that we've got buy-in from the community and from the district directionally from the folks that we work with, not necessarily the board, because we'll submit the master plan, a more comprehensive document next month for approval by the board, but we are marching that direction and we'll continue to evaluate it.
Okay, I mean, that's good to hear, because if we had to, it looks like the current plot of land, even without Boulder Street, we could improve those academic facilities and then still continue with what's already there of Earps Field and the auxiliary gym and the tennis courts where they are. And I totally appreciate the concept of having more safety and security for our students. So if we can get there, great. But like, if the money doesn't come through, we at least have improved our academic facilities and we can continue on with the athletic portion as it is.
Yes.
That's all I have.
To your question about the trip really quickly, I just want to say this, we can share photos of Dunbar High School. That was the one that really inspired a lot of this vision. That our 3 students who came on the trip, Greta, Connor, and Chloe, all once they walked into Dunbar said, this is the Palmer experience. They liked things from each of the 3 high schools differently, but felt Dunbar captured the sense of academic excellence while offering opportunities for all, which is something they've all articulated well, embodies Palmer for them. And we heard that feedback from students last night, and Doug and I will be with the Future of Palmer Committee on Friday with our Goat and Pony show for the 3rd time this week, and we'll continue to get feedback from the students on that. But that has felt most authentic to all the students we've talked to.
So is that
It's the last one we visited.
home of the Titans? Is that the school?
No, that's the
That was
second one.
Alexandria.
Alexandria. Okay. Yeah,
So,
I mean,
so
but
in,
when
in the visions, you see combinations of both. The 4-story stack is really a replication of Banneker. Where you
It's
have
outstanding.
where you have a learning center in the middle, and you could either go 9, 10, 11, 12, or you could go math, ELA, humanities, science. I mean, that's up for our community to decide. But it was all just centered around students. And this idea of the heart of the school really took over the Dunbar experience, where you walk in and there's this multi-use space with multi-tiers that, as I shared with the team when I was on the DC staff, we used it as much for professional development as the students ever used it for lunch and things like that. It was really a community gathering space, and that's what we really want our Palmer vision to be is a space that isn't just bell to bell, but that it is used by the community and the extensions of the visual and performing arts with the conservatory and the fine arts center and the way they fit into the IB, and then this extension of community through athletics and engaging our community that way as well. Just really, I think the trip was a great way for people to see something tactile. I think the other thing that was really beneficial about any of the buildings that we saw is how do you sit within a downtown setting without overwhelming a downtown setting? And Banneker in particular, you literally walked up to it and you're like, wow, we're here. Because you were in the Shaw neighborhood and they literally colored the building the same color of all the buildings in the neighborhood. Where the previous building that had been there, because I knew what that middle school looked like, sat like an eyesore in the middle of a thriving neighborhood. And then when they rebuilt it, you were like, oh wow, we're here. It was great. And so this, again, when we think about this North Tejon corridor and our downtown economy continuing to build and thrive off Acacia Park, off this idea of a redesigned circle around General Palmer, this is a natural extension of a larger downtown vision. And we've appreciated that partnership. But the trip really brought to people a chance to see things happening in other spaces that I think we thought were impossible. That when you looked at them and you saw them, you realized that they were actually not simple, but certainly not impossible.
So there are aspects of each one of those three schools that we visited in this rendering out there, including that athletic field reminds me of Alexandria High School, and the vision, I mean the views that the gym, that reminds me of that Alexandria, like what you said, the Banneker High School as well. And the other aspect of it is that when we went and visited those campuses, you were able to see community partners exist in those spaces. And one of the questions that came up yesterday was student safety. If you have other adults, other community partners in the campus, how do you assure student safety? It's been done in other schools and other campuses, and we saw that happen in Washington, D.C. So we can certainly make sure that there are safety and security in place to make sure that the students are in a safe environment, but it's not something that hasn't been done before, and certainly can be next year. Okay, any other thoughts or comments on this at this time? Director?
One last comment. I appreciate you mentioning the Tetris aspect, looking part of that, because when I saw this video yesterday, I had strong objections to the.
It's off-putting, yeah.
Yes, like that building is a completely different color, and this one looks a different color and blocky. And,
Yeah.
Yes, so
Well, there's one of the reasons we're doing that, because there's still a thoughtful, long discussion that needs to go on both with the steering committee and with the community, just like Superintendent Gall talked about at Banneker. The color of that building and how it blended into the neighborhood was very purposeful. That was based on a discussion that went on both with that community, with the district, and with the architects to come up with that solution. We don't want to be presumptive at this point and show a blue car and say, well, I didn't really want a blue car, I wanted a red car, or I wanted a different color car. Architecture is different in that manner, is that we're not buying a car, we're actually doing a collaborative process to come up with a final design solution that works best for all of the participants that are both in the building and in the community. And so we're not gonna share what this building could potentially look like until we've had all of those discussions with the community.
Right. Sounds good. My vote is for some continuity that looks like they belong together on the same block, at least.
Yeah, well, I don't wanna get into it tonight, but as an architect, we have to honor what the 39 building is. And then we also have to build a building today that's going to withstand the next 50 years and delivers the highest quality education we can. And so somewhere in the middle, there's a great solution to that.
Can you go back?
And it won't be orange.
And it won't be orange, yellow, blue, green.
There's Omar picture of the front line.
Okay.
Most, I think.
Yeah, it was there, yeah.
It won't be done.
Okay.
It's a good representation.
Any other comments at this time from the board or questions?
Great update.
Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for what you guys are building. I I'm expecting sometime in the spring, you will be back in front of the board with another update at that point.
Yeah, absolutely.
But this is good work, just getting everybody engaged in this and the excitement that is building over this. It's something that we can look forward to in the coming days and weeks. Thank you so much. So with that, I think we are at the end of the agenda. I want to quickly talk about one item and for which I may need Jess in there as well. So we did talk about the listening sessions that are coming up over the next month or so. The idea is that we would have one listening session in each one of the high schools. The listening session is going to be one in each one of the high schools. The first one starting at Mitchell next week. We had to kind of work with some of the dates that board members said that they were available at, and also make sure that it doesn't clash with some of the district activities that was happening, like the Palmer town hall that happened yesterday. So that's how we arrived at that. The general format at this time, as we discussed, is 2 board members will lead the conversation in each one of those high schools. Other board members are welcome to attend. It is going to be more an informal setup. You don't need to be seated. It's going to be more like a depending on how many people end up attending, more like an intimate conversation in a small group setting. At the very beginning of the meeting, Dr. Weiss is going to help the board members, just so you know that Dr. Weiss or somebody in her team, maybe including Ms. Artmer, will reach out to the 2 principal board members in the days leading up to that first meeting. And so to provide some protocols and to set some expectations to help facilitate that conversation as to how this is going to take place. In conversations that I had with Dr. Weiss about this was that this is going to be more an informal conversation, more a listening opportunity for the board. Obviously, with 2 board members being the principal people that are engaging in the conversation, this is not an attempt to solve any of the issues out there, but it's more take feedback. And it's also preferably where we not go back and revisit decisions that have already taken place. It's more like what is the future that we need to look forward to as far as the employee handbook goes or employee engagement group goes. What are the feedback that we are getting from the community in that regard? And more a listening opportunity. There will be somebody from the district taking notes as well, so that the whole conversation after all those 4 listening sessions come back to the board. And it's also feedback that is taken to that employee engagement group. Dr. Weiss, you want to add anything to this conversation this time?
I don't believe so. I think Director Malpack and I just talked about not setting this up as we have in the past as a formal presentation, where you're setting it up as a one and versus the other with Robert's Rules of Order. We're really just trying to promote informality, easy conversation, listening, and we can kind of support and think about, depending on who's there, how we break up into separate groups or something like that to make it more manageable.
Break it up into separate groups?
If each board member wanted to take a group, or you could do it all together, it kind of will depend on the size of the group that we get. So we can team that up as you prepare for your up first, right?
No, I'm
No,
not.
I think it's
Oh, these 2, okay,
Yeah.
on Tuesday, yeah.
Yeah, so you will be contacting them and figuring out, working some of the details out in the next coming days before, is it Tuesday that this meeting is? Yeah, Tuesday, before Tuesday at a convenient time for the both of you. Dr. Weiss will be reaching out to you and also setting some expectations right at the very beginning. What are the expectations for this meeting? So it doesn't become a venting session out there or one community member dominating the conversation and not having everybody else contribute. The district is really good at facilitating these kind of conversations and how even I saw the Doherty conversation with the Jenkins town hall meetings, how from the very first meeting to the third meeting, how that conversation evolved and was a more productive conversation by the third
But
meeting.
that was a different format from what we're suggesting here.
Yeah, well, it could be that was broken down into smaller groups. It could be the same thing that you set the expectations right at the very beginning and the number of people that are.
I don't see the parallel between
Yeah.
what we're envisioning here and what you're talking about at Doherty. The small groups were all very topic specific.
Yeah.
With people there to answer questions and give information. That's not the purpose of this.
Okay. Director Jurgensen.
Based on my calendar, I can't attend the Palmer one. I can confirm attendance to Coronado and Doherty. So you have me with you.
Okay. I mean, that came based on the survey that you filled out. So if it's changed since then.
Had clients. I'm just so stacked with work.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm booking into like the 20th of February.
Okay.
So
Well, and it's been a while since we filled out
Jason,
that
which night
survey.
is yours?
The
February
10th.
No, is it a Monday or a Tuesday?
Monday.
You and I could potentially
You
switch.
want to trade?
Okay.
Okay.
So you want to take the Coronado one?
Can you just send me like an email or a text about it and let me double check that?
Alright.
Okay.
Shoot you an email right now.
Okay, we'll figure that out. Any other feedback or comment on this listening sessions, how to make it engaging while at the same time getting the feedback that we need to and it being a productive session? Okay. Okay, we'll see how the first one goes next week and we'll move on from there. Okay. With that, we are at the end of our work session. The time is approximately 8:53 p.m. Thank you.
Lauren, I think we'll be the luckiest ones because nobody's gonna really know about it.